Have you ever been deep in the woods at night? Truly deep, where the only light comes from your campfire and the stars, and the only sounds are the crackling flames and the whisper of the wind through the trees. There's a certain peace to it, but there's also something else, a primal feeling, a little voice in the back of your mind that remembers a time when we weren't at the top of the food chain. The feeling that you're being watched. Most of the time, it's just your imagination, an overactive mind playing tricks in the dark. But for the people in the story you're about to see, it wasn't their imagination. They went camping looking for an escape, a quiet weekend away from it all. But they found something else waiting for them in the darkness. Something that was patient, something that was intelligent, and something that was hunting them. What you're about to watch is their terrifying experience. So, get comfortable and listen close. This is the story of what was waiting for them in the woods. My name is Elara Vance, and the events I am about to recount unfolded during what was intended to be a brief sojourn into the heart of the German countryside. My companions on this ill-fated expedition were two of my dearest friends, Anna Schmidt, a pragmatic and resourceful individual with a keen interest in local history, and Josh Miller, an adventurous spirit whose enthusiasm often bordered on recklessness. Our destination was a densely wooded area situated near the border, a region known for its ancient forests and, as we would soon discover, a disquieting and somber past. The initial allure of the location was its remoteness. We sought an escape from the relentless pace of urban life, a chance to reconnect with nature and enjoy the tranquility of the wilderness. Anna, in particular, had been captivated by tales she had unearthed during her research. Whispers of forgotten settlements and historical events that had left an indelible mark on the land. It was this confluence of our shared love for the outdoors and Anna's fascination with the region's history that ultimately led us to this secluded spot. As we ventured deeper into the forest, a subtle shift in atmosphere became increasingly palpable. The air grew heavy, laden with a stillness that felt less like peace and more like a pregnant pause. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy overhead, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed with the gentle sway of the branches. Even the sounds of the forest seemed muted, as if nature itself held its breath in anticipation of something unseen. Anna, ever the historian, recounted some of the local lore as we set up our small campsite. She spoke of battles fought centuries ago, of a village that had mysteriously vanished without a trace, and of unsettling occurrences that had been reported by locals over the years. While Josh and I listened with a mixture of fascination and slight amusement, there was an undeniable undercurrent of seriousness in Anna's voice that hinted at a deeper understanding of the place's character. "They say this forest remembers," she remarked, her gaze drifting towards the ancient trees that surrounded us like silent sentinels. "That the echoes of the past are woven into the very fabric of this land." Josh, ever the skeptic, chuckled. "Come on, Anna. You're starting to sound like one of those ghost stories you love so much. It's just a forest, a bit old maybe, but nothing to get spooked about." I found myself somewhere between their two perspectives. While I didn't necessarily believe in supernatural phenomena, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something undeniably different about this place. An almost tangible weight of history seemed to press down on us, creating a sense of unease that I couldn't quite articulate. Our first evening in the forest passed without incident, though the pervasive stillness continued to unsettle me. As darkness descended, the familiar sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, seemed strangely absent, replaced by an unnerving silence. We sat around our small campfire, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows that played tricks on our eyes. Later, as we lay in our tents, attempting to drift off to sleep, I thought I heard something. A faint, rhythmic sound, like the distant thud of someone walking in unison. I strained my ears, trying to discern what it could be, but the sound was too faint, too indistinct. I dismissed it as the rustling of leaves, or perhaps the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Anna, who was in the adjacent tent. There was a brief pause before she replied, her voice slightly muffled by the tent fabric. "Hear what?" I thought I heard marching, like a group of people walking in step. Another pause. "Marching. Alara, you're probably just tired. Go to sleep." Josh, in his tent on the other side, remained silent. I told myself that Anna was right, that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the unfamiliar surroundings. Yet, a seed of unease had been planted, a subtle prickle of apprehension that lingered as I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep. The following day, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest seemed to have intensified. The air felt heavier, the shadows darker. As we hiked along a barely discernible trail, Josh, who had ventured slightly off course, suddenly called out, "Hey guys, look what I found." He emerged from the undergrowth, holding a rusted metal object in his hand. As we got closer, we could see that it was an old helmet, heavily corroded and covered in dirt. Its design looked vaguely military, though it was difficult to discern any specific markings due to its deteriorated condition. "Whoa, that's pretty old," Anna remarked, examining the helmet with interest. "Looks like something from one of the wars." Josh grinned, turning the helmet over in his hands. "Cool, huh? I'm keeping it. Makes a good souvenir." I felt a sudden, inexplicable chill run down my spine. There was something about the helmet, its silent testament to a forgotten past, that made me uneasy. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Josh?" I asked hesitantly. "Maybe we should just leave it here." "Nah, it's just an old helmet," he replied dismissively. "No harm in taking it." Despite my reservations, Josh insisted on keeping his find, tucking it securely into his backpack. We continued our hike, the discovery casting a subtle pall over our mood. Even Josh seemed a little quieter than usual, though he would likely never admit it. As the second night descended, the forest seemed to grow even more menacing. The darkness felt thicker, more impenetrable than the night before. The silence was no longer just an absence of sound. It felt like a presence, a watchful stillness that surrounded our small camp. We sat around the campfire again, but the earlier camaraderie had waned. The shadows seemed to dance with a more malevolent energy, and every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a jolt of unease through me. Anna, too, seemed more subdued, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a thoughtful silence. Only Josh, perhaps bolstered by his discovery of the helmet, attempted to maintain a semblance of normalcy, telling boisterous stories that somehow fell flat in the oppressive atmosphere. Then, it started again. The sound was faint at first, just a subtle rhythmic thudding that seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest. But this time, it was clearer, more distinct than the night before. There was no mistaking it now. It was the unmistakable sound of marching. The rhythmic tramp of boots on the forest floor grew steadily louder, as if a large group of people were approaching our camp. The sound was eerily uniform, each step falling with a precise and unsettling cadence. It was a sound that spoke of discipline, of order. But in this isolated wilderness, it felt profoundly out of place, deeply disturbing. A cold dread began to grip me, tightening its icy fingers around my heart. This was no figment of my imagination. Anna and Josh exchanged nervous glances, their earlier skepticism replaced by a palpable fear. The marching grew closer, until it sounded like it was just outside the perimeter of our campsite. The rhythmic tramp of boots reverberated through the ground, vibrating up through the soles of our feet. And then we heard other sounds. Faint, guttural shouts, carried on the still night air. The language was unfamiliar, harsh and guttural, sending shivers down my spine. A wave of primal fear washed over me. This was no ordinary sound, no innocent hikers passing by. There was something deeply wrong here, something sinister and inexplicable. Josh, his face pale in the flickering firelight, reached for his flashlight, his hand trembling slightly. He slowly unzipped the flap of his tent and peered out into the darkness. The beam of his flashlight cut through the blackness, illuminating the dense foliage just beyond our campsite. For a long moment, he remained frozen, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Then, he slowly backed away from the tent opening, his eyes wide with terror. His face was ashen, devoid of all color. He just whispered, his voice barely audible, "They don't have faces." And with that, he zipped the tent shut, his hands shaking violently. He huddled in the corner, refusing to look outside again, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Anna and I stared at each other in stunned silence, the blood running cold in our veins. What did he see? Anna whispered, her voice trembling. I had no answer. The image of Josh's terrified face, the sheer horror in his whispered words, was enough to send a wave of icy dread washing over me. The marching continued relentlessly outside our tents, the guttural shouts echoing through the darkness, and the chilling words hung in the air like a death knell. They don't have faces. We lay huddled in our tents, the sounds of the unseen procession circling our camp, our minds racing with terrifying possibilities. The forest, which had initially seemed like a place of peaceful escape, had transformed into a nightmarish prison, and we were trapped within its terrifying embrace. The long night stretched ahead, filled with the rhythmic tramp of unseen boots and the chilling echo of a faceless horror. We could only wait and pray for the dawn to come, hoping that it would bring with it an end to this terrifying ordeal. The weight of the forest's dark history had finally descended upon us, and we were beginning to understand the true meaning of its ominous silence. The silence that fell inside our tent after Josh's horrifying pronouncement was heavier and more terrifying than the cacophony outside. The words, "They don't have faces," hung in the cold, stale air, painting a picture in our minds far more vivid and monstrous than any ghost story Anna had ever recounted. Outside, the rhythmic tramp of boots continued its relentless beat, a deathly cadence that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us. It was the sound of an army in phantom legion, marching through the black heart of the German woods, and we were caught in its path. Anna, who was in her own small tent pressed against mine, called out my name in a choked whisper. Alara. What did he mean? What did he see? Her voice, usually so steady and assured, was frayed with a terror that mirrored my own. I don't know. I managed to breathe back, my own voice a reedy, unfamiliar thing. He won't talk. I shifted my position, the crinkle of my sleeping bag sounding like a gunshot in the tent's quiet. I peered through the mesh of my tent's inner door towards Josh's. I could see his silhouette, a hunched shape in the far corner, rocking almost imperceptibly back and forth. He had his knees drawn up to his chest, his arms wrapped around his head, if to physically block out the sounds from outside. The flashlight he had dropped lay on the floor, its beam pointing at the tent wall, creating a pale, lonely circle of light. The marching seemed to be circling us now. It wasn't moving past, it was staying. The guttural shouts punctuated the air again, closer this time, sharp and commanding. It was not German, not any language I could place, but it was filled with a cold, brutal authority. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum, trying to keep pace with the spectral march outside. Every rational thought had fled my mind, replaced by a primal, all-consuming fear. We were exposed vulnerable, with only a thin sheet of nylon separating us from a nightmare made real. We have to do something, Anna whispered, her voice laced with desperation. We can't just stay here. Do what? I shot back, the words sharper than I intended. Run. We're into that. The futility of our situation crashed down on me. We were miles from the nearest road, surrounded by an impenetrable forest that had now become actively hostile. To leave the perceived safety of the tents would be suicide, but to stay felt like waiting for a death sentence to be carried out. Suddenly, the marching stopped. The abrupt silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise. The world held its breath. I found myself straining my ears, listening for a footfall, a snapped twig, anything. There was nothing. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing and a low, guttural whimper from Josh's tent. Then came a new sound, a slow, deliberate scraping. It was the sound of something rough and dry being dragged across the taut fabric of a tent. It was coming from Josh's side. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Josh let out a small, strangled cry. He moaned, a single word muffled by his arms. Go away. The scraping stopped. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. And then, a whisper. It was right outside his tent, so close it felt like it was breathing on the canvas. The voice was dry, ancient like the rustle of dead leaves. It spoke in that same unknown, harsh language, but the tone was inquisitive, demanding. Anna's voice came again, urgent and trembling. Alara, the helmet. He has the helmet in his tent. Of course. The rusted, forgotten relic of a long-dead soldier. Josh's souvenir. A cold realization washed over me, so potent it momentarily eclipsed my fear. The helmet wasn't just an object, it was a beacon. Josh hadn't just found a piece of history. He had disturbed a grave. We weren't just in a haunted forest. We had drawn the attention of the haunted. They weren't just marching. They were looking for something. For one of their own. They think he's one of them. I whispered, the thought solidifying as I spoke it. They're calling to him. The scraping started again, more insistent this time, right against the side of Josh's tent where he was huddled. It was followed by a soft, rhythmic tapping, like a bony finger insistently probing the fabric. Tap. Tap! Josh! I hissed. Throw the helmet out! Get rid of it! There was no response, only the sound of his choked, fearful sobs. He was paralyzed, lost in a waking nightmare, unable to comprehend or act. He was a prisoner in his own mind, and we were trapped right alongside him. Josh, listen to me. Anna pleaded from her tent. "You have to open the zip and throw it out." "Now!" The tapping stopped. A new sound began, a low, collective murmur that seemed to rise from the earth all around us. It was the sound of dozens of voices whispering at once, a sibilant, chilling chorus. It was as if the entire spectral army was now standing just feet away, their faceless gaze fixed upon our camp, their dead breath fogging the night air. And then I saw it. Against the wall of my own tent, a shadow fell. It wasn't cast by the moon or our dying fire. It was a solid, man-shaped silhouette. It stood there for a heartbeat, impossibly tall and still. As my eyes locked onto it, something pressed against the nylon from the outside. The fabric deformed inward, stretching under the pressure. It wasn't a hand, not in any human sense. It was a vague, indistinct shape, a featureless impression that was there and gone in a second. I clamped my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. Tears streamed down my face, hot against my cold skin. It was real. They were real. And they were touching our tents. They were testing our flimsy fortress. The rest of the night was an eternity of psychological torture. The sounds would fade and return, a cruel tide of terror. One moment, there would be an oppressive silence that stretched our nerves to the breaking point. The next, the whispers would rise again, a maddening chorus from the grave. The scraping against Josh's tent came and went. We didn't dare speak again. There were no words left, only shared, silent terror. We lay there, rigid in our sleeping bags, listening to the movements of the dead. I clutched my small pocket knife, knowing with sickening certainty how useless it would be. Hours passed. The deep, absolute black of the forest softened into a charcoal gray. I noticed it first as a subtle change in the quality of the darkness inside my tent. A sliver of hope, fragile and faint, flickered within me. Dawn. It had to be dawn. As the first hints of gray light filtered through the canopy, the sounds began to change. The whispers grew fainter. The sense of presence receded. The marching started up again, but this time it was different. It was distant, and it was moving away. The rhythmic tramp grew steadily weaker, retreating back into the depths of the woods from which it had come, taking its cold aura with it. We lay in silence, listening, until the last faint footfall faded into nothingness. The only sound left was the first tentative chirp of a morning bird, a sound so normal, so vibrantly alive, that it felt like a sacrilege. The sun was rising. The nightmare was over, or so we hoped. For what felt like another hour, none of us moved. The trauma of the night had left us frozen, unwilling to accept that it was truly over. Finally, mustering every ounce of courage I possessed, I slowly, deliberately, reached for the zipper on my tent door. The sound was obscenely loud in the quiet morning air. I pulled it down an inch. Then another, my heart pounding in my throat. I had to see. I had to know what was left outside in the light of day. The rasp of my tent's zipper was a profane sound in the new morning's sanctity. It felt like I was peeling back a bandage from a grievous wound, terrified of what I might find festering underneath. I pulled the zipper down just enough to create a small opening, a narrow slit through which I could view the wreck of our world. My breath hitched in my throat, and I pressed my eye to the gap. The campsite was, at first glance, unnervingly normal. The sky above was a pale, washed-out blue, and the morning mist clung to the forest floor, weaving between the ancient, silent trees. The embers of our campfire were a mound of gray ash. It was quiet. The unholy silence of the night had been replaced by the gentle, living stillness of the woods. A bird, bolder now, trilled a cheerful melody from a nearby branch. For a dizzying moment, I wondered if we had imagined it all. If the terror had been nothing more than a shared, vivid nightmare brought on by Anna's ghost stories and the oppressive atmosphere. But then I saw the ground. Encircling our 3 tents was a wide, clear ring where the damp earth, leaves, and pine needles had been trampled flat. It was a perfect, unbroken circle, pounded into the ground by the tread of countless heavy boots. The path was so distinct, so deliberately formed. It looked as though a regiment had been drilling around our camp for hours. And there, in the soft mud at the edge of the circle, were footprints. They were deep and clear, the unmistakable impressions of military-style boots, but they were all facing inward, towards us. My blood ran cold, chasing away any lingering hope of a rational explanation. This was real. It had happened. My gaze shifted to Josh's tent. The fabric on the side, where we'd heard the scraping, was abraded and smeared with dirt and what looked like dried moss. And lying just outside his still, zip door, half buried in the damp soil, was the helmet. It looked darker now, more sinister in the morning light, like a skull unearthed from a forgotten grave. It seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a relic that had summoned its long, dead owners back from their unquiet rest. Slowly, carefully, I zipped my tent fully open. The fresh, cool air felt good on my skin, but did little to calm the tremor in my hands. Anna's zipper followed a moment later. She emerged from her tent, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. She looked from the trampled circle to the helmet, and then to me. No words were necessary. We saw the same evidence, we shared the same bone, deep certainty. Our biggest problem now was Josh. His tent remained silent and closed. "Josh," Anna called out, her voice unsteady. "It's morning, they're gone." There was no answer. A new, more immediate fear gripped me. What had the night done to him? What had happened to the man who had seen the faceless? I crawled out of my tent and moved cautiously towards his, Anna following close behind. The air around his tent felt colder, stagnant. "Josh, we have to go. We have to leave now," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. I reached for his zipper, my fingers hesitating for a fraction of a second before pulling it down. The interior of the tent was dim and smelled of fear. Josh was exactly where I had last seen him, huddled in the corner, his back to the door. He was completely still. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought he wasn't breathing. "Josh," I whispered, touching his shoulder. He flinched violently at my touch, letting out a sharp, terrified gasp. He scrambled away from me, pressing himself harder into the corner of the tent. He turned his head, and I saw his eyes. They were wide, bloodshot, and utterly vacant, staring at something far beyond the nylon walls of the tent. He was looking, but he wasn't seeing us. He was still trapped in the horror of the night. "It's us, Josh," Anna said softly, her voice filled with a pained gentleness. "It's Alara and Anna. It's over. We're safe." He just shook his head, a tiny, repetitive motion, whispering a stream of broken words. "No faces. No faces. Just holes, black holes. Marching ways marching." He was broken. The night had shattered him. We knew then that we wouldn't just be packing up and hiking out. We would be carrying out a casualty of a war that had ended decades ago. The next hour was a frantic, desperate blur. There was no discussion, only a silent, unified understanding: get out. We tore down our tents with frantic, clumsy hands, stuffing sleeping bags and equipment into our packs with no regard for order. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the breeze sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. The trees seemed like silent witnesses, their branches twisted into accusatory shapes. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed by unseen eyes, that the Legion was not gone, merely retreated, waiting for the cloak of darkness to return. We had to coax Josh out of his tent. He refused to walk at first, so we had to half lift, half drag him to his feet. He moved like an automaton, his gaze fixed on the ground, flinching at every sound. We gave him no time to see the trampled circle, the evidence of his tormentors. We just needed to move. Anna, with a grim look on her face, used a long stick to push the rusted helmet into a deep crevice between some rocks, covering it with leaves and dirt. "It stays here," she said, her voice hard. "It belongs to them." We abandoned everything non-essential, taking only our packs, and began the hike out. It was the most harrowing journey of my life. The path that had seemed merely indistinct on our way, it now felt treacherous and labyrinthine. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every gnarled tree root looked like a grasping hand. We moved in a charged silence, our ears straining, our eyes scanning the dense woods around us. Josh stumbled between us, still muttering his terrible litany. No faces, just holes. It felt like we were being hunted. The forest itself seemed to be working against us, its branches snagging our clothes, its terrain trying to trip us up. The air was thick with a palpable sense of menace. I didn't dare look back, convinced that if I did, I would see them, standing silently at the edge of the trees, their faceless sockets following our retreat. Hours later, when we finally stumbled out of the woods and onto the dirt road where we had left our car, I almost collapsed with relief. The sight of the vehicle, a solid, man-made object so far removed from the primal horror of the forest, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We bundled us still, shaking Josh into the back seat, and drove away without a second glance. We didn't speak until the ancient forest was nothing more than a dark line in the rearview mirror. The silence in the car was heavy with the unspoken trauma of what we had endured, what we had survived. We never went camping again. Anna put away her history books, her fascination with local lore replaced by a deep, seated fear of what forgotten truths the earth can hold. Josh was never the same. He spent weeks in professional care, and while the constant muttering eventually stopped, the light in his eyes never fully returned. The adventurous, reckless spirit we knew was gone, replaced by a quiet, haunted man who was terrified of the dark. And as for me, I carry the memory of that night like a physical scar. I remember the rhythmic marching, the guttural shouts, and the suffocating weight of a terror so profound it defied all reason. But most of all, I remember Josh's whispered words, a chilling testament to the faceless horrors that still march in the darkest corners of the world, forever guarding the secrets of their unhallowed ground. They're the forest's memory, and we were the unfortunate souls who trespassed upon it. My name is Alex. For as long as I can remember, the wild, untamed corners of the world have called to me. Not the curated, signposted trails of national parks, but the real raw wilderness where the map becomes a suggestion rather than a rule. It was this siren song of the authentic that led me to plan a camping trip into the heart of the Florida Everglades. a place I knew would test our limits and reward us with an experience that couldn't be replicated. With me were my two closest friends, Tyler and Madison. We were an unlikely trio, bound together by a shared history and a tolerance for each other's eccentricities. Tyler is, and always has been, the engine of our adventures. He's built like a man who spends his weekends hauling lumber, with a booming laugh and a confidence that often borders on reckless. To Tyler, fear is not a warning sign, but a challenge. He seeks out the adrenaline rush, the story he can tell later, embellished with his own brand of heroic bravado. He was the one who, upon hearing my plan, didn't ask, "Is it safe?" but "How soon can we go?" His role was the muscle and the motivation. The one who would paddle harder, climb higher, and always volunteer to find out what that strange noise in the dark was. Madison, on the other hand, is our anchor. She possesses a quiet, observant nature that often makes her seem more connected to the world around her than either Tyler or I. Where Tyler sees a landscape to be conquered, Madison sees an ecosystem to be understood. She's a biologist by training, and she carries her knowledge not as a burden of facts, but as a lens through which she views the world. She can identify a bird by its call from a quarter-mile away, or tell you the life cycle of the very mosquito buzzing by your ear. Her presence was calming, a rational counterpoint to Tyler's impulsiveness and my own romantic notions of the wild. She agreed to the trip with a cautious optimism, her primary concern being that we respect the environment and leave it as we found it. Our destination was a chickie, one of the raised wooden platforms the Park Service maintains for backcountry campers. It was the only sane way to camp in the watery labyrinth of the Everglades. The journey to it was an immersion in itself. We paddled for hours in a rented canoe, leaving the world of asphalt and cell signals further and further behind. The air grew thick and heavy with humidity, smelling of damp earth, sweet decay, and blooming flowers. The water, stained black by tannins from decaying leaves, was like a dark mirror reflecting the towering cypress trees draped in ghostly Spanish moss. Alligators, ancient and indifferent, slid from muddy banks into the water as we passed, their eyes tracking us with unnerving stillness. The world was reduced to the three of us, the rhythmic splash of our paddles, and the constant, low hum of insect life. It was magnificent and deeply intimidating. We reached the chickie in the late afternoon, a simple wooden square on thick pylons, rising about 10 feet above the black water. It felt like an island of safety in a vast, alien sea. We set up our small tent, unpacked our supplies, and watched as the sun began its descent. The Everglades sunset was a spectacle of impossible colors. Fiery oranges, deep purples, and soft pinks painted across the sky, reflecting perfectly in the still water below. The day's oppressive heat began to fade, replaced by a cooler, gentler air. The chorus of daytime insects gave way to the deep, resonant croaking of bullfrogs and the chirps of nocturnal creatures we couldn't name. For a few hours, it was perfect. We ate our dehydrated meals, told stories, and laughed as Tyler recounted a tale of a past misadventure, making himself the hero, of course. Madison would occasionally interject with a fact about a sound we heard or a creature she glimpsed. I simply soaked it all in, feeling a profound sense of peace. This was it. This was the raw, authentic experience I had craved. We were alone, miles from anyone, surrounded by the pure, unvarnished pulse of nature. As true darkness fell, a blackness so complete it felt like a physical substance. the character of the night began to change. The air grew still. The familiar, comforting sounds of the frogs and insects seemed to quiet down, replaced by an unnerving silence. And then the fog began to roll in. It didn't drift in gently. It arrived like a silent, invading army. It rose from the surface of the water, thick and white, swallowing the cypress trees and then the edges of our platform. Within minutes, our world had shrunk to the 10 by 10-foot square of wood we occupied. The light from our headlamps hit the fog and simply stopped, diffusing into a useless, milky haze. We could barely see each other's faces. With the fog came a smell, a fall, cloying odor of stagnant water and something else, something vaguely metallic and unpleasant, like old blood. "Whoa, this is thick," Tyler said, his voice slightly muffled by the dense air. "Can't see a thing." Madison was shining her light over the edge, into the impenetrable white. "I've never seen a ground fog form this quickly, or smell this bad." There was a note of clinical curiosity in her voice, but it was tinged with an unmistakable edge of unease. That's when we heard the first sound. Tap. It was soft, almost lost in the oppressive silence. It came from beneath us. "What was that?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "Probably a fish jumping." Tyler dismissed, though his posture had stiffened. Tap, tap. This time it was clearer. It was the distinct sound of something knocking against wood. It was coming from one of the pylons, holding our platform above the water. It was slow, deliberate. "That's not a fish," Madison stated, her voice low and certain. The tapping stopped at that pylon. For a long moment, there was only the sound of our own breathing. Then we heard it again. Tap, tap. It was coming from a different pylon now. It had moved. It was circling us from the dark water below, hidden by the fog. A cold dread, heavy and real, began to settle in my stomach. This wasn't a random sound of nature. The rhythm was too steady, the movement too purposeful. Something was down there, in the black water, and it knew we were up here. It was announcing its presence. It was investigating. The tapping continued, moving from one pylon to the next, a slow, methodical circuit around our tiny sanctuary. Each knock was a punctuation mark in the terrifying silence, a reminder of our complete and utter isolation. We were trapped, suspended over an unseen threat, blinded by the foul-smelling fog. "I'm going to see what it is," Tyler declared, his voice tight with a mixture of fear and his trademark bravado. "Tyler, no. Don't be an idiot," Madison hissed, grabbing for his arm. "You can't see anything. Just leave it. I'm not going to just sit here and listen to it." He shot back, shaking her off. He grabbed his most powerful flashlight, the kind that could throw a beam 100 yards. He crawled to the edge of the platform, his movements tense. "Get back, man. This is a bad idea," I pleaded, my heart hammering against my ribs. He ignored me. He leaned over the edge, his body a silhouette against the glowing white wall of fog. He pointed the powerful beam straight down into the black water. For a second, there was nothing but the sound of his breathing and the faint hum of the flashlight. The tapping had stopped. Then he screamed. It wasn't a yell of surprise. It was a raw, high-pitched shriek of pure terror that was ripped from his throat. He scrambled backwards so violently that he nearly knocked the tent over. Crab, walking away from the edge, his eyes wide with horror. The flashlight fell from his trembling hands and rolled across the wooden planks, its beam cutting a frantic path through the fog. "Tyler, what was it? What did you see?" Madison cried, rushing to his side. He was hyperventilating, his face pale and slick with sweat, He could only shake his head and point a trembling finger toward the edge. An arm, he choked out, his voice cracking. I saw an arm. I grabbed the flashlight and crawled cautiously to where he had been. My mind was racing, trying to rationalize. An alligator's leg. A submerged log. What do you mean an arm? I asked, my voice shaking. Tyler swallowed hard, his gaze locked on the spot he had just fled. It reached up out of the water. He stammered the words, tumbling out in a panicked rush. A long, pale arm. Like a man's arm. But it was slick, shiny, covered in green algae and slime. It reached up and it touched the wood. It touched the pylon. That's what was making the sound. We all fell silent, the weight of his words crushing the air out of the space. We stared at the edge of our platform, at the impenetrable wall of fog that hid the black water below. And as we listened, frozen in a state of shared, absolute terror, the sound began again. A slow, deliberate, patient sound from the darkness beneath our feet. Tap, tap, tap. It continued all night. There is no sleep after a scream like Tyler's. There is only a new, permanent state of awareness. A high-voltage terror that hums under your skin and sharpens every sense. The night that followed was not measured in hours, but in the agonizingly slow procession of taps. Each one was a nail being hammered into our sanity. We huddled together in the center of the platform, as far from the edges as we could get, the small dome tent forgotten behind us. Tyler was a wreck. The man who had faced down charging boars in Texas and laughed while dangling from a cliff. Face was reduced to a shivering, broken child. He sat with his back pressed against mine, his arms wrapped around his knees, rocking back and forth almost imperceptibly. He wouldn't speak, wouldn't look at the edge. His eyes were wide and vacant, fixed on the wooden planks in front of him as if he could still see the image of that pale, algae-covered arm rising from the depths. His bravado hadn't just been cracked, it had been shattered, and the silence from him was more terrifying than any noise. Madison, ever the scientist, tried to fight the fear with logic, but her voice was thin and strained. It could have been a manatee, she whispered, the words sounding hollow even to her. They have thick, fleshy flippers. In the dark, through the fog and the water, it could look like an arm. They're curious. Did it have fingers, Tyler? I asked gently, trying to coax him back. Did you see fingers? He flinched at my question and shook his head violently, not in negation, but as if trying to dislodge the memory itself. They're known to bump into boats, into docks. Madison continued, her argument sounding more like she was trying to convince herself than us. The algae, the water is full of it. It could have been covered. But we all knew. A manatee doesn't tap with deliberate, rhythmic patience. It doesn't move with intelligent, circling precision from one pylon to the next. And a manatee doesn't make a man like Tyler scream in pure, undiluted horror. The explanation felt flimsy, a paper-thin shield against a monstrous reality. The tapping was our tormentor. Tap, tap, tap. A pause, then tap, tap, tap from a new direction. It was toying with us. It was a predator, and we were its cornered prey, held captive on our tiny wooden raft. The foul, metallic smell from the fog seemed to intensify, filling our lungs with every panicked breath. At some point, other sounds joined the chorus. A soft, wet scraping sound from directly beneath us, like something heavy and slick dragging itself against the underside of the platform. It was a sound of immense weight and friction. My mind conjured images of a massive, waterlogged body shifting just inches below our feet. Then came the breathing. It was so faint at first that I thought I was imagining it, a product of my own frayed nerves. It was a low, guttural, watery sound, like air being forced through fluid-filled lungs. It was a slow, rhythmic hiss, gurgle, hiss, gurgle, that seemed to emanate from the fog itself, from everywhere at once. I glanced at Madison, and the look in her eyes confirmed it. She heard it too. Her scientific rationalizations had evaporated, replaced by the same primal fear that held me and Tyler in its grip. We were not alone, and whatever was with us was close. It was breathing the same foul air, listening to our frantic heartbeats, waiting. The hours crawled by. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of the wind in the unseen trees sent fresh waves of adrenaline through us. We were prisoners of the fog and the sound. We talked in hushed, desperate whispers, planning our escape. The moment the sun rose, the very first light, we would be in the canoe and paddling. We wouldn't pack the tent. We wouldn't gather our supplies. We would take only ourselves and the paddles, and we would not stop until we reached the boat ramp. It was a mantra we repeated to each other, a fragile promise of survival in the face of an endless night. Dawn did not arrive with a triumphant burst of light. It seeped into the world slowly, reluctantly. The oppressive blackness first softened to a deep charcoal, then to a dreary, uniform gray. The fog, our white, walled prison, remained just as thick, but it now glowed with a faint, diffused light. And with that first hint of day, the sound stopped, the tapping ceased, the scraping vanished. The horrible, wet breathing faded into silence. The sudden quiet was jarring, a new kind of terror. The presence was gone, but its absence was a palpable void, a heavy silence that screamed of what had been there moments before. We waited, muscles coiled tight, for what felt like an eternity. Slowly, agonizingly, the fog began to thin. It didn't roll away, but seemed to dissolve from the inside out, becoming translucent. Ghostly shapes of nearby cypress trees began to emerge from the gray, their branches draped in moss like skeletal arms. The surface of the black water became visible again. It was still, glassy, and inscrutable. "It's morning," I said, my voice hoarse from disuse. "We're leaving. Now." Tyler didn't respond, but he stirred, his eyes slowly regaining some focus. Madison nodded, her face a pale, exhausted mask. We moved with the stiff, clumsy motions of people who had been frozen in one position for hours. The air was cool and damp, and the foul smell had mostly dissipated, leaving only the normal, earthy scent of the swamp. It was almost possible to believe it had all been a nightmare. Almost. As I moved to untee the canoe from the platform's cleat, Madison stopped me. "Wet?" she whispered, her gaze fixed on the pylons. Her scientific curiosity, a core part of her being, was reasserting itself, battling with her fear. "Alex, your flashlight." I handed it to her, and she crept to the edge. Her movements far more cautious than Tyler's had been hours earlier. She knelt down and aimed the beam at the pylon, closest to where he had seen the arm. She gasped, a sharp intake of breath that made me and Tyler freeze. "What is it?" I asked, my stomach clenching. "Come see," she said, her voice barely audible. I crawled over and looked. The pylon was made of thick, pressure-treated wood, designed to withstand decades in the water. But just above the dark water line, the wood was savaged. 3 long, deep gouges were carved into it, running parallel to each other. They weren't the random marks of an alligator bumping against it. They were precise, powerful scratches. as if something with immense strength and sharp claws had deliberately raked the wood. The splinters were fresh, pale against the darker, weathered surface, and clinging to the wood, right next to the scratches, was a small, gelatinous clump of greenish, black slime. It was the same slick, foul-looking algae Tyler had described, glistening wetly in the morning light. It was undeniable proof. Something had been there. Something strong, something with claws, something that had left a piece of itself behind. A choked sob escaped from Tyler. He had crawled over to see, and the sight of the physical evidence, the validation of his terror, seemed to break the last of his composure. He scrambled back, shaking his head. "I told you," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I told you." There was no more debate. There were no more theories about manatees. The fear was no longer a shapeless dread in the dark. It had a physical form, a tangible reality. It had weight and strength and claws. Into the canoe, I commanded, my voice shaking with a new urgency. "Leave everything." Gio. We didn't need to be told twice. We practically fell into the canoe, grabbing the paddles with trembling hands. The journey back was a frantic, paranoid flight. Every submerged log was a lurking creature. Every ripple on the water's surface was a sign of movement from below. The majestic beauty of the Everglades was gone, replaced by a suffocating sense of menace. The cypress trees seemed to watch us, their mossy drapes like funeral shrouds. The dark water, which had seemed so mysterious and beautiful the day before, now felt like a hungry maw, ready to swallow us whole. We paddled with a desperate, silent fury, our muscles burning, our lungs heavy. We didn't speak. We just paddled, our eyes constantly scanning the water around us, looking over our shoulders, expecting at any moment to see a long, pale arm break the surface behind us. Hours later, we saw the boat ramp. The sight of the gravel lot and the parked cars was like a vision of heaven. We ran the canoe aground with a jarring crunch, stumbling out onto solid land, our legs unsteady. We were covered in sweat and grime, our faces etched with a horror that no amount of sleep would erase. We threw the paddles into the back of my truck, abandoned the rented canoe, and drove away without a word to anyone. As we pulled onto the highway, the wild, green labyrinth of the Everglades, shrinking in the rearview mirror, a chilling certainty settled over me. We had escaped the place, but we would never escape the night. The memory of the tapping, of the breathing, of the long, pale arm, was now a part of us. It would be there in every dark room, in every unexplained noise, for the rest of our lives. The drive back from the Everglades was a 4-hour funeral procession for the people we used to be. The inside of my truck, usually filled with loud music and laughter, was a vacuum of thick, suffocating silence. No one spoke. Our gazes were locked forward, but we weren't seeing the highway, the other cars, or the sprawling suburbs of South Florida. We were all still on that platform, trapped in the fog, listening to the tapping. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the watery landscape still behind us, or worse, a pale, slick face peering in the back window. Tyler sat pressed against the passenger door, as far away from me as possible. He looked shrunken, his broad shoulders slumped. He stared out the window, but his eyes were unfocused, and every so often, a violent shiver would rack his body. Madison was in the back, curled into a tight ball. I could hear her quiet, ragged breathing. The air was thick with our shared, unspoken trauma. What could we possibly say? How could words even begin to describe the depth of the terror we had felt? Any Attempt at conversation would have felt like a sacrilege, a trivialization of the horror that had fundamentally rewired our brains. We didn't say goodbye when I dropped them off. I pulled up to Madison's apartment, and she got out without a word, a ghost disappearing into the building. Then I drove to Tyler's house. He fumbled with the door handle for a moment before getting out, and just before he shut the door, he looked at me. His eyes were hollow, but in their depths I saw something new: resentment, an unspoken accusation. I was the one who had planned this trip. I was the one who had led them there. The weight of his stare was heavier than any blame he could have spoken aloud. The weeks that followed were a slow motion disintegration of our friendship. The thing from the swamp had driven a wedge between us, an immovable object of shared horror that we could neither ignore nor overcome. We who had been inseparable now avoided each other. Phone calls went unanswered. Text messages were left unread. We were three islands, isolated by a sea of memory. I tried to return to normal, but it was impossible. Sleep offered no escape, only fractured nightmares of fog and black water. I developed a morbid fear of silence, keeping the TV or music on at all times to drown out the phantom sounds I thought I heard. The slightest, unexplained noise, a house settling, a branch tapping against a window, would send my heart into a frantic rhythm. I would find myself staring into any dark body of water, a puddle, a pond, a swimming pool at night, with a mixture of dread and morbid fascination, searching the depths for a pale shape. Tyler fared the worst. From what I heard through mutual acquaintances, he had quit his job. He rarely left his house. He had covered his windows and refused to answer the door. The confident, fearless man we knew was gone, replaced by a paranoid recluse. The silence from him was absolute. He had walled himself off from the world and from us. Madison, true to her nature, tried to fight the monster with knowledge. She became obsessed. She spent her days and nights scouring the internet, diving into obscure academic journals, folklore archives, and cryptozoology forums. She called me once, late at night, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "I think I found something, Alex," she said, her words tumbling over each other. "There are stories, old stories, from the Seminole tribes. They talk about a creature, but they don't have a single name for it. They call it the water that waits, or the swamp skin. The descriptions are vague, contradictory. Sometimes it's a protector of the deep swamp. Other times it's a malevolent spirit that draws who wander too far. But some of the details, they match." "What details?" I asked, my blood running cold. "A foul smell, like stagnant water and blood. An unnatural fog that appears and disappears suddenly. And the tapping." She paused, taking a shaky breath. "They say it taps on canoes to test the spirit of the traveler, to see if they are worthy to pass. But the most consistent part of the legend is that it's territorial, and it holds grudges. It remembers those who have invaded its home." Her words didn't bring comfort or understanding. They only gave our nameless terror a history, a context that made it feel even more real, more ancient. Madison had also found a report, a scanned, barely legible document from a park ranger in the 1970s. It detailed an encounter at the very same Chickee. The ranger described a similar fog, a foul smell, and the feeling of being watched. He mentioned deliberate, rhythmic knocking on the pylons. His superiors dismissed his report as gas-induced delusion, and he was transferred shortly after. "He saw an arm, Alex," Madison whispered, her voice cracking. The report says he saw a long, pale, man-like limb reach from the water. They made him retract his statement. After that call, Madison's research only deepened, becoming a frantic, all-consuming quest. She was no longer just trying to understand what we saw. She was trying to find a way to protect herself. She was looking for a defense against a memory, a weapon against a ghost. About 3 months after the trip, I finally accepted that our friendship was over. The shared trauma was too great a burden. I was sitting in my living room on a rainy Tuesday night. The rhythmic drumming of water against the roof a soothing, normal sound. I was trying to convince myself that I could move on, that the memory would eventually fade into a scar instead of an open wound. I told myself that the creature was bound to its territory, a localized nightmare confined to heart of the Everglades. We were safe now. We were far away. That's when I heard it. Tap. It was soft. So soft, I thought I'd imagined it. It sounded like it came from the kitchen. Probably just the pipes, I told myself, my heart beginning to thrum with a familiar, sickening beat. Tap. Tap. It was clearer this time. It wasn't the metallic ping of a pipe. It was the sound of something knocking on wood. A slow, deliberate rhythm. The same rhythm. I stood up, every muscle in my body screaming at me to stay put. I crept toward the kitchen, my breath held tight in my chest. The tapping stopped. The only sound was the rain and the frantic pounding in my ears. I flicked on the kitchen light. Nothing. Everything was as it should be. I let out a shaky breath, feeling foolish. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, the lingering effects of PTSD. I walked to the sink to get a glass of water, my hands trembling. The sink was below a large window that looked out onto my small, fenced-in backyard. As I reached for the faucet, a smell hit me. It was faint but unmistakable, the smell of a swamp, damp, rotting earth, and that foul, metallic tang like old blood. My blood turned to ice. My gaze lifted from the sink to the window. The rain was streaking down the glass, distorting the view of the dark yard beyond. And there, on the outside of the glass, pressed against the pane at the level of my face, was a handprint. It was a large 5-fingered handprint, made of water and a slick, greenish-black slime that clung to the glass, dripping slowly in the rain. It was a perfect, undeniable print, left by something that had been standing right there, just seconds ago, peering into my home. I stumbled backward, a scream catching in my throat. My eyes darted around the dark yard, but I saw nothing but rain and shadows. The legend Madison had found echoed in my mind. It remembers those who have invaded its home. We hadn't escaped it. We had only escaped the swamp. We had let it out. It had followed us. It had crossed the miles of highway and suburbs, an ancient thing of slime and patience, and it had found me. The tapping hadn't been in my head. It had been a message. A slow, deliberate announcement, just like on the platform. I now know that the tapping will never stop. It might be silent for weeks, for months, but it will return. It will find Madison in her apartment, surrounded by her books and research. It will find Tyler in his dark, shuttered house. It will find me. We are marked. We carry the scent of its territory, and it will hunt us, patiently, relentlessly. We are no longer living our lives. We are just living in the quiet moments between the taps. My name is Elias, and it was my idea to drag my older brother, Caleb, into the desolate heart of the South Dakota badlands. I'm a landscape photographer, perpetually chasing that one perfect shot, the one that captures not just a place, but the soul of it. Caleb, on the other hand, is a pragmatist, a geognomist who sees the world in strata and sediment, not spirits and stories. He agreed to the trip for two reasons. Firstly, to study the unique Oligocene formations, and secondly, because he still sees me as the younger brother who needs looking out for, even though I'm 28. Our journey, there was a descent into another world. The green, rolling plains of the Midwest gradually gave way to a stark, raw landscape that felt less like a part of Earth and more like a hastily abandoned lunar colony. The silence was the first thing that struck us. It wasn't an absence of sound, but a presence, a heavy, ancient quiet that seemed to press in on the car, broken only by the hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel under our tires. Towering spires and deeply eroded canyons, painted in bands of soft pink, gray, and pale yellow, rose from the ground like the bones of colossal, prehistoric beasts. The land wasn't dead. It felt watchful and deeply, intimidatingly old. We stopped for gas and supplies at a dusty outpost that seemed to cling to the edge of civilization by a thread. The man behind the counter was Lakota, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes dark and knowing. He saw our camping gear piled in the back of the truck. "Going deep?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "A few days?" Caleb answered cheerfully, slapping a wad of bills on the counter, hoping to find some good fossil beds. The old man's eyes flickered towards me, then back to Caleb. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. "You know the stories of this place, I hope." I felt a prickle of interest. Caleb just grinned. "Every place has its stories, old-timer." The man didn't smile back. "Not like these. This land has guardians. They were here long before us, and they'll be here long after." The Ta-Ta-Clicky. He pronounced the name carefully, the syllables like stones tumbling over one another. The little people. They don't like loud noises. They don't like intruders. They are tricksters, and their tricks can be cruel if they feel you've shown them disrespect. He paused, holding Caleb's gaze. "Best to be quiet. Keep your fire small, and if you hear anything unusual, you don't answer it. You just pack up and leave." Caleb clapped him on the shoulder a little too hard. "Appreciate the warning. We'll be sure not to disturb any ferries." The ride from the gas station to our chosen campsite was tense. Caleb was whistling, dismissing the old man's words as local folklore designed to spook tourists. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the warning was genuine. The name, Ta-Clit-Gi, it felt heavy real. The alien landscape now seemed less like a geological wonder and more like a territory, a domain that belonged to something else. We set up our tent in a small, natural amphitheater, surrounded by a semi-circle of jagged rock formations. As the sun began to set, it painted the sky in violent shades of orange and purple, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. Caleb, ever the scientist, was thrilled. He pointed out different layers of rock, explaining the millions of years of history captured in them. I tried to share his enthusiasm, but my gaze kept drifting to the deepening darkness, in the crevices and caves that pockmarked the canyon walls around us. I felt like we were on a stage, and the audience was hiding just out of sight. Our first night was uneventful, almost unnervingly so. We ate our dehydrated meals in the small circle of light cast by our campfire. The silence pressed in again, punctuated only by the crackle of the flames and the distant, mournful cry of a lone coyote. When we finally zipped ourselves into the tent, The quiet was absolute. I lay awake for hours, listening, but heard nothing but Caleb's steady breathing beside me. When I woke the next morning, the sun was bright, and my fears felt foolish and childish in the light of day. "See," Caleb said, stretching as he emerged from the tent. "No little people came to snatch us. The only spirits out here are in this coffee." The second day was spent hiking deeper into the labyrinthine canyons. The scale of the place was disorienting. Every turn revealed a new vista of impossible rock towers and sheer cliffs. It was beautiful, but the feeling of being watched returned, stronger this time. I'd catch a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision, but when I'd turn, there was nothing but rock and shadow. I heard a sound once, like a pebble skittering down a slope, but when I pointed it out, Caleb rationalized it as the wind. He was in his element, tapping rocks with his geologist's hammer, oblivious to the growing dread in my gut. As dusk fell on our second night, the atmosphere changed. The air grew colder, and the wind began to whisper through the canyons, carrying with it a strange, high-pitched note. We built our fire, but tonight, it felt less like a comfort and more like a tiny, defiant beacon in an ocean of overwhelming darkness. We ate quickly and spoke in low voices, the old man's warning echoing in my mind. We were cleaning our plates when we heard it for the first time. It was faint, carried on the breeze. Giggling. It wasn't the happy, innocent sound of a child. This was high-pitched, thin, and splintered, with a distinctly malicious edge to it. It sounded like a dozen tiny voices, all laughing at a cruel private joke. It seemed to come from all around us, echoing off the rock formations that encircled our camp. Caleb froze, a metal pot in his hand. What was that? We heard it too. I whispered, my heart starting to pound against my ribs. Probably just coyotes, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. The sound he'd heard was nothing like an animal. The giggling came again. Closer this time, more distinct. It was a chorus of cruel, mocking mirth. It was undeniably the sound of voices, but they were warped, unnatural. My blood ran cold. The ta-ta-ke. Then, a sharp tick sound came from the side of the tent. What was that? Caleb hissed, his eyes wide. Tick, tick. Small stones. They were hitting the taut nylon fabric of our tent, thrown from the impenetrable darkness beyond our firelight. They weren't falling from the cliffs. They were being thrown at us. One after another, a light, persistent peppering. It was a deliberate, taunting act. The pragmatist in Caleb finally broke. Fear was replaced by anger. He was a man who believed in tangible threats, bears, mountain lions, or even local delinquents. The idea of being toyed with by unseen forces infuriated him. "Hey!" he shouted, his voice booming in the enclosed space, shattering the ancient silence. "Knock it off! We know you're out there!" For a moment, there was absolute silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I wanted to tell him to stop, to remember the old man's warning about loud noises, but the words were caught in my throat. Then the response came. The giggling erupted again, but it had changed. It was no longer quiet or secretive. It was a cascade of shrieking, manic laughter that filled the night. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated mockery, a direct answer to Caleb's challenge, and it was much, much closer. Panic seized me. "Caleb, no!" But it was too late. He grabbed our most powerful flashlight, a heavy, duty beam designed to cut through the darkest wilderness. He tore open the tent zipper and stormed outside, shining the light into the darkness. "Come on out!" You little cowards! He roared. He swept the beam across the rock face in front of us. At first, there was nothing. Just stone and shadow. Then, just for a fraction of a second, caught at the very edge of the powerful white beam, we saw them. They were scrambling over the rocks with a fluid, insect-like speed that was utterly unnatural. Small, dark figures, no taller than a 4-year-old child, but lean and wary. Their limbs were too long for their bodies, and they moved with a jerky, scuttling gait. We couldn't see their faces, not clearly, but as they scattered back into the shadows, a dozen of them turned their heads in unison. In the glare of the flashlight, their eyes caught the light and reflected it back at us. They weren't human eyes. They were tiny, shining pinpricks, like glossy black beads or the multifaceted eyes of a spider, and they were all looking directly at us. The giggling stopped, replaced by a silent, unified stare that promised nothing but malevolence. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, we were frozen. The flashlight beam, held in Caleb's trembling hand, wobbled across the empty rocks where the figures had been. They were gone, vanished back into the shadows as if they'd never existed. But the image was burned into my mind, the unnatural speed, the gangly limbs, and those countless, shining, black bead eyes. The silence they left behind was worse than the laughter. It was a heavy, knowing silence. The silence of predators who have cornered their prey and are now deciding how to play with it. Caleb stumbled backward, his face ashen in the glow of the dying campfire. The swaggering, confident man who had shouted into the darkness just minutes before was gone, replaced by a ghost. He fumbled his way back into the tent, collapsing onto his sleeping bag. I scrambled to the entrance, my fingers shaking so badly it took 3 tries to grasp the zipper. I pulled it down, the rasping sound unnervingly loud in the sudden quiet, sealing us inside our flimsy nylon tomb. We sat in the dark, our breaths coming in ragged, shallow gasps. The only light was the weak, orange glow of the fire filtering through the tent wall. "Elias," Caleb whispered, his voice cracking. "What were they?" "The old man told you." I whispered back, my own voice tight with terror. "The ta-ta-cle-ge. They're real," he said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of horrified discovery. The sound of a man whose entire understanding of the world had just been shattered. I shouted at them. "Oh God." He said not to make loud noises. He said not to show disrespect. Guilt and fear radiated from him, a cold wave in the confined space. We were plunged back into silence, listening. Every gust of wind against the tent sounded like a stealthy footstep. Every pop from the embers of the fire sounded like a snapping twig. The world outside had become a minefield of terrifying possibilities. Then a new sound began. It was a soft, rhythmic scratching on the back wall of the tent, right behind my head. Scrape, scryape, scryape. It was slow, deliberate, like a long fingernail being dragged through the fabric. I jerked away, scrambling closer to Caleb, my skin crawling. "Don't make a sound," I breathed. The scratching stopped. It was replaced by a wet, sniffing noise right at the zipper. A low, guttural snuffling, like an animal trying to catch our scent. I could almost feel the presence on the other side of that thin barrier. Its face pressed close. My imagination conjured a grotesque face with a pig-like snout and those terrible, shining eyes. I clamped a hand over my own mouth to stifle a scream. Then came the whispers. Caleb. It was a chorus of voices, thin and reedy like the giggling, but now they were twisting my brother's name, stretching it out, making it sound like a curse. It was coming from all sides at once, a disorienting, terrifying surround sound of malice. "You called for us? Kai Elam, we're here." Caleb let out a choked sob. He had his hands over his ears, his body curled into a tight ball. This was a targeted, psychological assault. They weren't just trying to scare us, they were trying to break us. The whispers were replaced by a new tactic. We felt a pressure against the side of the tent wall, a firm, steady pushing. I watched in horror as the nylon stretched inward, forming the distinct impression of a small, three-fingered hand. It held there for a second before withdrawing, only for another impression to appear in a different spot, and another, and another. They were touching our shelter, testing its integrity, reminding us of how fragile it was, how utterly exposed we were. They were all around us, just inches away. I glanced through the tent wall toward the fire. The orange glow was weakening, the flames sinking lower. The circle of light, our only defense against the absolute darkness they seemed to command, was shrinking. "The fire," I hissed. "Caleb, the fire is dying." He looked up, his eyes wild with panic. "We can't go out there." "We have to," I insisted, my own fear warring with a desperate surge of adrenaline. "It's the only thing keeping them back. They haven't come into the light." It was a guess, a desperate hope, but it felt true. They lurked and taunted from the shadows, but they had not yet braved the direct light of the flames. Caleb stared at the tent door, his breathing hitched. He was the protector, the big brother. I saw the conflict in his face, the primal fear fighting against a lifetime of instinct to keep me safe. He was the one who had provoked them. The responsibility was his. "I'll do it," he said, his voice barely audible. "The wood is right next to the fire pit. I have to be fast." He unzipped the tent. The sound was like a gunshot, announcing his intentions to the entire world. A blast of cold air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of dust and a faint, musky odor that was deeply unpleasant. The whispers outside immediately stopped. An expectant silence fell. Caleb took a deep breath and bolted. I watched through the open flap, my heart in my throat. He was a silhouette against the dimming fire, a frantic, desperate figure. He sprinted the 10 feet to the woodpile, his hands grabbing blindly at the logs we had gathered. For a second, I thought he was going to make it. Then the giggling started again, this time right behind him. He screamed, a raw, terrified sound, and spun around. There was nothing there. He threw the logs onto the fire, and they caught with a whoosh, sending a shower of sparks into the air and casting the campsite in a renewed, brilliant orange light. As the flames leaped higher, I saw them. Dozens of shadows flitting away at the edge of the light, retreating from the sudden brightness, like cockroaches exposed by a flipped switch. Caleb didn't wait. He scrambled back toward the tent, tripping and falling to his hands and knees, before crawling the last few feet and collapsing inside. I zipped the door shut, and we were once again sealed in, our hearts hammering in unison. The renewed firelight cast dancing shadows on our nylon walls. But for the moment, the direct assault had ceased. We huddled together for what felt like hours, listening. The malevolent presence was still there, a palpable weight in the air, but the creatures kept their distance from the now roaring fire. The silence returned, and we didn't dare break it. We were waiting for the sun, praying for it, seeing it as our only salvation. Exhaustion began to set in, a dangerous, heavy feeling that threatened to pull us under. It was during this lull, when our adrenaline had faded to a deep, resonant dread, that I heard a new sound. It wasn't outside, it was inside the tent with us. It was a quiet, furtive skittering, coming from the corner where we kept our packs. My blood turned to ice. One of them got in. Caleb heard it too. He grabbed the smaller flashlight from his pocket, his hand shaking so violently the beam danced wildly around the small space. We searched frantically, our eyes darting into every corner, behind every pack. We saw nothing. No creature, no intruder. Then the light fell on our supplies. My stomach dropped. Our main water bladder had been punctured, a series of small, sharp holes leaking our precious water into the tent floor. Our bags of trail mix and dried food were ripped open, the contents scattered and mixed with dirt and what looked like small, foul-smelling droppings. Our GPS device, our primary tool for navigating this maze, like wilderness, lay on the floor with its screen shattered. A single, deep crack running through it. One of them had gotten in. While we were distracted by the fire, one had silently slipped inside, not to attack us, but to sabotage our ability to survive. Panic gave way to a deeper, colder horror. This wasn't a random haunting. This was calculated. They weren't just trying to scare us, they were trying to strand us. "Check your pack," I said to Caleb, my voice hoarse. "Check for the truck keys." His eyes widened in understanding. He ripped open the top pocket of his backpack, where he always kept them. He plunged his hand inside, feeling around frantically. He pulled his hand out. It was empty. He turned the pack upside down and shook it violently. Gear tumbled out. A compass, a pocket knife, a granola bar. But there was no jingle of keys. They were gone. We stared at each other in the dim light of the flashlight, the truth of our situation crashing down on us with the force of a physical blow. We were miles from any road, in a hostile, alien landscape, with no communication, a smashed GPS, and dwindling supplies. And we were not alone. As the first, faint hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, a new kind of terror dawned. We had survived the night, but our ordeal hadn't ended. It had just begun. Dawn in the Badlands is a brutal kind of beautiful. The sun rose with agonizing slowness, spilling light into our canyon and revealing the full extent of the previous night's violation. The trampled ground, the ruined supplies, the pathetic heap of our tent. It was a scene of total desecration. The light brought no comfort. It simply replaced the intimate, close quarters horror of the darkness with a new, agoraphobic terror. The vast, silent landscape was no longer a natural wonder. It was our prison, and the sun was its warden, illuminating every inch of our cage. The creatures were gone. With the arrival of the light, they had melted back into the rock, into the earth, leaving behind only the evidence of their malevolence and the chilling memory of their eyes. Caleb was the first to move. The man I knew had been hollowed out by the night, but in his place was someone I didn't recognize. Someone brittle and grim, animated by a desperate, primal will to survive. The geologist's curiosity was gone. The older brother's arrogance was gone. All that remained was guilt and a raw, animalistic determination. "East," he croaked, his voice raw from screaming. He pointed a trembling finger toward the rising sun. "The park road runs north, south, to the east of here. If we walk east, we have to hit it eventually. It's our only chance." There was no talk of going back for the truck. The truck was a monument to our old lives, a relic from a world that no longer felt real. Going back there felt like willingly walking into the lion's den. We salvaged what we could. A half-full canteen of water that had miraculously been overlooked. A few crushed protein bars from the bottom of my pack. We abandoned the tent, the sleeping bags, everything that wasn't essential for movement. Armed with a pocket knife, a compass that spun uselessly, and the crushing weight of our new reality, we began our exodus. Every step was an act of will. The terrain was treacherous, a maze of steep ravines and crumbling slopes of clay and sandstone. The sun, which we had prayed for all night, quickly became our enemy, beating down on us with oppressive heat. The silence of the day was somehow more menacing than the cacophony of the night. It felt observant. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched, that those pinprick eyes were following us from the cool, dark recesses of every cave and crevice we passed. Several hours into our desperate march, Caleb stopped dead. He pointed up at a high ledge, about 50 feet above us on a sheer cliff face. Something was glinting in the harsh sunlight. My heart leaped, thinking it might be another person. A piece of equipment, a sign of hope. I squinted, shielding my eyes, and then I saw what it was. Our truck keys. They were dangling from a dead, gnarled root, placed deliberately where they would catch the sun and where they were utterly, impossibly unreachable. A quiet chuckle, thin and dry like desiccated leaves, drifted down from the rocks above. It was a final, soul-crushing taunt. We have your escape. We have your freedom. And you will never get it back. They weren't just trying to kill us, they were savoring our despair. We pushed on, the last embers of our hope extinguished by that cruel joke. The day became a blur of heat, thirst, and aching muscles. The landscape seemed to conspire against us. Canyons that looked like passages would end in sheer drop-offs. Slopes that seemed climbable would crumble under our feet. I began to understand that the ta-ta, click, Guy didn't need the darkness to hunt us. They were the land, and the land itself was their weapon. They were leading us in circles, draining our strength, wearing us down for the inevitable nightfall. By late afternoon, we were failing. My tongue was thick in my dry mouth, and dark spots danced in my vision. Caleb was stumbling, his face sunburned and streaked with grime. We collapsed in the meager shade of a lone, twisted juniper tree. "This is it," I gasped, the words tasting like dust. "We're not going to make it." Caleb didn't answer. He was staring at the ground, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He had led us here. His arrogance, his refusal to heed the warning, it had doomed us. I saw a tear trace a clean path through the dirt on his cheek. It was then that we heard it, faint but unmistakable. The low rumble of an engine. Our heads snapped up. The sound was coming from over the next ridge. It was real. It wasn't a trick of the wind or a phantom of our heat-addled minds. It was a truck, a car, salvation. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through my exhausted body, more powerful than any stimulant. We looked at each other, a wild, desperate hope flaring in our eyes. We scrambled to our feet and began to run, our agony forgotten. We clawed our way up the loose rock of the ridge, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. The sun was dipping low now, painting the western sky in bloody streaks of orange. The shadows were lengthening, stretching like dark, grasping fingers across the canyon floor. The air was growing cold. Their time was coming. As we crested the ridge, we saw it. A ribbon of black asphalt, no more than half a mile away. The park road, The engine sound was louder now, a truck heading away from us, but it was proof. The road was real. A high-pitched giggle erupted from the rocks just to our left. We broke into a panicked, shambling run down the other side of the ridge. We were completely exposed. The giggles and whispers started up all around us. No longer distant taunts, but the excited chattering of a closing wolf pack. I risked a glance behind me and saw them. In the deepening twilight, their forms were clearer. Dozens of them, swarming over the ridges on all sides, converging on us. They weren't scuttling on all fours now. They were running upright on their two long legs, a silent, swift army of shadows. The final stretch was a sheer, gravelly embankment leading up to the road. It was our last obstacle. We scrambled at it, our fingers digging into the loose dirt, our feet finding no purchase. They were getting closer. I could hear their dry, rasping breaths. I could smell that fall, musky scent. I was halfway up when a hand clamped around my ankle. It was not the hand of a child. The grip was shockingly strong, cold as stone, and it locked onto me like a vice. I screamed as I was jerked backward, my face hitting the dirt. I twisted and saw one of them, its face inches from mine. It was a mask of creased, bark like skin, a slit of a mouth, and two huge, shining, utterly black eyes that reflected my own terrified face. Caleb was at the top of the embankment. He turned and saw me, his eyes wide with horror. For a split second, he froze. And then, the geometrist, the pragmatist, the protector, roared. It wasn't a shout of anger or a scream of fear. It was a sound of pure, primal rage. He grabbed the only thing he could. A heavy, jagged piece of sandstone the size of his head. He slid back down the embankment and, without hesitation, brought the rock down on the arm that was holding me. There was a sickening, wet crack, and the grip on my ankle vanished. A piercing shriek, unlike any sound I had ever heard, split the air, and the creature scrambled back into the darkness. Caleb grabbed my arm and hauled me up the rest of the way. We tumbled onto the hard, blessed asphalt of the road, gasping, bleeding, and sobbing. In the distance, a pair of headlights cut through the twilight, approaching us. We staggered into the middle of the road, waving our arms like madmen. The truck, an old, beat-up pickup, screeched to a halt just feet from us. The driver's side door opened, and a figure stepped out. It was the old Lakota man from the gas station. He didn't look surprised. He didn't ask what happened. He simply looked at our torn clothes, our bloody faces, and our terror-stricken eyes. Then his gaze lifted past us, toward the dark, silent canyons from which we had just emerged. He gave a slow, solemn nod, as if acknowledging an old and respected adversary. He helped us into his truck, and the ride back to civilization was completely silent. There were no questions, and we offered no explanations. None were needed. We survived. We escaped. But as the miles passed and the alien landscape of the Badlands receded in the rearview mirror, I knew a part of us would never leave. I am a photographer, and I went there seeking the soul of a place. I found it. It is ancient, and it is cruel, and it does not like to be disturbed. Caleb is a man of science who now knows, with absolute certainty, that there are things buried in the strata of this world that defy explanation. We were not victors in some grand struggle. We were simply a message allowed to leave as a warning. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I can still hear it. A high-pitched, malicious giggle carried on the air from 1,000 miles away. My name is Thomas, and it was my suggestion that brought us to the whispering woods of Kentucky. With me were my two closest companions, Olivia and Marcus. We had been a tight-knit trio since our university days. Our friendship forged not in lecture halls, but in a shared thirst for experiences that lay beyond the neatly paved roads of suburban life. Olivia, ever the pragmatist and the anchor of our group, was an accomplished geologist. Her mind operated on evidence and logic, a comforting presence when navigating the unpredictability of the wild. She saw the world in strata and sediment, in the slow, grinding processes of time. It was she who had mapped our route, checked our equipment with meticulous care, and chose a species of tent fabric rated to withstand a Category 1 hurricane, a fact she shared with no small amount of pride. Marcus, by contrast, was a vessel of pure, unfiltered enthusiasm, a folklorist and amateur historian. He viewed the world not as a collection of rocks and minerals, but as a tapestry of stories and whispers. For him, every ancient forest and shadowed valley held a potential secret, a forgotten tale waiting to be unearthed. It was he who had been captivated by the Mammoth Cave system, not for its geological wonders, but for the rich vein of local legends that surrounded its darker, unexplored depths. He carried with him a worn leather, bound journal, filled not with maps, but with transcribed local tales, newspaper clippings of mysterious disappearances, and hand-drawn sketches of supposed cryptids. Our chosen campsite was nestled in a small, secluded clearing several miles from the main visitor center of the national park. We had acquired the necessary permits, and in doing so, had received a stern but necessary briefing from a park ranger named Thompson. He was a man whose face seemed carved from the local oak, his skin weathered, and his eyes holding a deep, set wariness, as if he had seen too many seasons of incautious optimism pass through his park. "You're experienced hikers, I can see that," he said, his gaze lingering on Olivia's professional, grade gear. "So you know the usual rules. Pack in, pack out. No fires outside the designated pits. Be mindful of the bears." He paused, folding his map and pointing a thick finger at a region well north of our intended site. "But here we have a different kind of rule, one that isn't on the official pamphlets. You see those hills? The ground there is like honeycomb, unstable, full of unmapped fissures and cave entrances, and don't lead into the main system. They go elsewhere. Geologically fascinating," Olivia murmured, her interest piqued. "Karst topography with significant dissolution." Ranger Thompson offered a thin, unconvinced smile. "Call it what you will, ma'am. Locals call it the Hollows. The ground breathes out there. We've had folks wander in, thinking they've found a shortcut or a secret entrance to the main attraction, and they're never seen again. We tell people. We warn them. Stick to the marked trails. If you see a cave entrance that isn't on the park map, you don't go near it. You don't even look at it for too long. You turn around and you walk away. Show the land its respect." There was an edge to his voice, a gravity that went beyond simple safety protocol. It felt ancient, a piece of advice passed down through generations. Marcus, naturally, was practically vibrating with excitement. He leaned forward, his eyes wide. "Is that because of the stories? The old tales about what lives in those caves?" Thompson's expression tightened. He picked up his hat and settled it on his head, his gaze drifting towards the dense tree line. "I'm a government employee, son. I deal in facts. The fact is, the ground is unstable and people get lost. That's all you need to know." He tipped his hat to us. "Enjoy your stay. And remember what I said." As he walked away, Marcus couldn't contain himself. "Did you hear that?" The ground breathes. He knows. He knows about the stories of the crawlers. Marcus, he was giving us a practical warning about unmapped cave systems. Olivia countered, already shouldering her pack. "Don't turn a geological hazard into one of your campfire ghost stories." But I felt a sliver of unease. The ranger's warning had felt heavier than its words. It was a feeling that lingered as we hiked the final 2 miles to our campsite. The forest growing denser, the air cooler, and thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The canopy above was so thick that it blotted out much of the afternoon sun, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. We set up camp with practiced efficiency. Olivia directed the assembly of the tent, ensuring every stake was driven deep into the rich soil. I was tasked with gathering firewood, while Marcus, in his own way, contributed by pacing the perimeter of our clearing, his journal in hand, occasionally stooping to inspect an oddly shaped stone or a peculiar twist in a tree's roots, muttering to himself. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, we had a respectable fire crackling in the stone-lined pit. The flames pushed back the encroaching darkness, creating a warm, golden bubble of light and life in the vast, indifferent wilderness. The sounds of the forest began to change. The cheerful birdsong of the day was replaced by the chirping of crickets and the deep, resonant call of a distant owl. It was peaceful, yet the sheer depth of the silence between the sounds was profound. We ate our rehydrated meals and spoke in low, comfortable tones. It was in these moments that our friendship felt most tangible. But as the fire burned lower, and the shadows grew longer and more distorted, Marcus finally opened his journal. "They say the first miners in this area, back in the 18th century, were the ones who gave them a name," he began, his voice taking on the hushed, dramatic tone of a seasoned storyteller. "They wouldn't enter certain caves, no matter how rich the saltpeter deposits were. They said those passages belonged to the Pale Ones, or the Crawlers. They described them as man-like, but blind, with skin the color of bone and fingers like long, spindly roots. They claimed they never came out into the sun, but on moonless nights, you could sometimes hear them scratching their way to the surface." Olivia rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "And let me guess, they preyed on unsuspecting campers." "Not exactly," Marcus said, his expression serious. "The stories are specific. They're not aggressive unless provoked. They're drawn to vibrations, to heat. The old-timers claimed they would come up to investigate campfires, drawn by a warmth they don't have in the deep earth. They would just watch. A log in the fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the night air. For a moment, none of us spoke. The forest around us suddenly seemed less empty. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, now seemed to carry a potential meaning. I found myself peering into the impenetrable wall of blackness beyond our firelight, my heart beating just a little faster. "That's a good story, Marcus," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Perfect for the setting." We talked for another hour, but the mood had shifted. The ranger's warning, coupled with Marcus's tale, had woven a subtle net of anxiety around our little camp. We doused the fire carefully, leaving a bed of glowing, orange embers that pulsed like a sleeping heart. Inside the tent, we settled into our sleeping bags, The thin nylon walls did little to dispel the feeling of vulnerability. Outside, the Kentucky woods were alive with 1,000 tiny noises, the secret nocturnal life of the forest. I lay there, listening, trying to convince myself that the ranger was just a cautious man, and Marcus was just a good storyteller. I was slowly drifting into that hazy state between wakefulness and sleep when the first sound reached us. It was nothing like the familiar noises of the night. It was a sound like nails on a chalkboard, a horrific, scraping shriek that seemed to vibrate up from the very ground beneath us. But it wasn't high-pitched. It was deep and resonant, a bass, heavy grating that echoed with the chilling acoustics of a vast, empty chamber. It was the sound of something heavy and sharp, clawing its way up out of the earth. All three of us went rigid. In the near, total darkness of the tent, I could feel the sudden, tensed stillness of Olivia and Marcus. The normal chorus of the forest had fallen utterly silent. The crickets, the owls, everything had stopped, as if holding its collective breath. The sound came again, closer this time. A grinding, wrenching scrape of rock against rock, followed by the sickening slide of displaced soil and stone. It was not the sound of an animal. It was the sound of a tomb being opened from the inside, and it was coming from the direction of the dark, silent hills the ranger had warned us about. The scraping from beneath the earth had stopped. In its place, a silence descended that was deeper and more absolute than any I had ever known. It was a weighted, listening silence, as if the entire forest was cowering, its collective breath held in terrified anticipation. Inside our thin fabric shell, the three of us remained perfectly frozen, monuments of fear. I could hear the frantic rabbit, like thumping of my own heart against my ribs, a sound so loud I was convinced anything outside could hear it too. My lungs burned with the need for oxygen, but the thought of an audible exhale was too terrifying to contemplate. Beside me, I felt rather, then saw Olivia's hand slowly, deliberately, move to cover her mouth. On my other side, Marcus was emitting a low, continuous tremor, his body rigid with a horror that had leapt from the pages of his journal and into our waking nightmare. Minutes stretched into an eternity. We lay there, adrift in a sea of pure dread, every nerve ending screaming. Then a new sound began. It was a soft, shuffling noise, accompanied by the gentle crack of dry leaves and twigs under a weight that was too light for a bear, yet too heavy for a deer. It was advancing on our position from the direction of the dark hills, moving with a strange, hesitant gait. My eyes were locked on the thin mesh of the tent's window, which faced the dying embers of our campfire. The coals still pulsed with a faint, residual heat, casting a dim, hellish orange glow on the ground immediately around the fire pit. It was just enough light to see by, to turn the impenetrable blackness into a landscape of deep, shifting shadows. And then a shape stepped into that weak, flickering light. My mind, for a brief second, refused to process what I was seeing. It tried to categorize the form as a trick of the light, a strangely shaped tree stump, a deer. But it was none of those things. It was humanoid, unnervingly so, but stretched and distorted as if by a malevolent artist. It stood on two long, spindly legs that bent at an awkward, bird-like angle. Its torso was thin and emaciated, the ribs clearly visible even in the dim light. Its arms were grotesquely long, dangling almost to its knees, and they ended in what I had at first mistaken for a cluster of roots or branches. But as it shifted its weight, I saw with a jolt of stomach, churning horror, that they were fingers. long, gnarled, and tipped with thick, dark claws that seemed to absorb the faint light. But it was the creature's skin and its head that cemented the terror. Its flesh was a pale, luminous white, the color of fungus that grows in absolute darkness, stretched taut over its skeletal frame. It was utterly hairless. Its head was large and oblong, and its swivel on a thin neck with jerky, inquisitive motions. It had a nose, or rather, two dark slits that quivered rapidly. Below them was a simple, lipless slash of a mouth. But where its eyes should have been, there was nothing. Only smooth, uninterrupted, blind white skin. It was exactly as Marcus's folklore had described. A crawler, a pale one, and it was real. A choked, wet sound escaped from Marcus. It was the noise of a sob being violently suppressed. Olivia's hand shot out in the darkness and gripped his arm. A silent, desperate command for silence. The creature's head snapped in our direction. The two dark nasal slits flared, sniffing the air, its head twitching back and forth in a tight, searching arc. My entire being turned to ice. It had heard him. It knew we were here. We were dead. But it didn't move towards us. After a few agonizingly long seconds, its attention was pulled away. It seemed to sense the one thing its world of darkness allowed it to perceive clearly: heat. Its head turned slowly, deliberately, towards the glowing embers of the fire pit. It took a hesitant step forward, then another, moving with an unnatural grace that was horrifying to behold. It didn't walk like a man. It moved like an insect, a spider testing the strands of its web. We watched, prisoners in our own tent, as the being approached the remains of our fire. It lowered its head, the lipless mouth hanging slightly agape, as if tasting the warm air rising from the coals. Then it knelt. The joints in its legs cracked audibly in the dead silence. It extended one of its horrifyingly long arms and reached towards the fire pit. Its spidery, claw-tipped fingers hovered over the warm stones for a moment before one of them, a digit easily a foot long, descended and gently tapped a glowing ember. There was a faint hiss, a puff of smoke, and the creature snatched its hand back with a convulsive jerk. It made a low, guttural clicking sound in its throat, a noise of surprise or pain. It brought the finger to its mouth, sniffing at the burnt tip. It seemed completely absorbed in its investigation, a creature of the cold, deep earth experiencing fire for what might have been the very first time. The air inside the tent had grown thick and foul. A smell was seeping through the nylon, an odor that the creature had brought with it from the depths. It was the scent of a freshly opened cave, of damp soil, of mildew, of rock dust, and something else, something metallic and faintly rotten. The smell of decay. I had to fight the urge to gag, pressing the fabric of my sleeping bag against my nose. For what felt like a lifetime, the creature simply knelt by the fire, its head twitching, its long fingers occasionally darting out to touch the cooling stones. It seemed fascinated, almost childlike in its curiosity, a grotesque parody of innocence that was more terrifying than any overt aggression. We were completely at its mercy. A single cough, a sneeze, the crinkle of a sleeping bag. Any sound would draw its attention. Silence was our only shield, and it was a fragile one. I could feel the scream building in my own chest, a frantic pressure demanding release. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing every ounce of my willpower on the simple act of not making a sound. Slowly, the last of the embers began to die. The orange glow faded to a dull, cherry red, and then to black. The creature's source of fascination was gone. It remained kneeling for a few moments, its head cocked as if listening to the fading heat. Then, with a fluid, unsettling motion, it rose back to its full height. Its head began to swivel again, its senses reaching out into the darkness. The nasal slits quivered. It took a shuffling step, and then another, away from the fire and directly towards our tent. This was it. The moment I knew was coming. My blood ran cold. Beside me, Olivia's breath hitched, a tiny, sharp intake of air. The creature stopped, its head tilted, honing in on the sound. It was perhaps 15 feet away. It took another slow, deliberate step, and another. We could hear the soft crunch of its feet on the forest floor. The sound of our impending doom. It stopped directly in front of the tent, so close that its pale, lanky form filled the entire mesh window. A monstrous silhouette against the slightly less black night. It leaned forward, its eyeless face inches from the thin nylon barrier that separated us. The foul, earthy smell was overpowering now, filling our small space, choking us. We could hear it breathing, a soft, wet, rhythmic wheezing. It was sniffing, trying to understand the strange, warm, fabric-covered object in its path. Then, one of its long arms lifted. Time seemed to slow down, to stretch into an unbearable, syrupy crawl. We watched in abject terror as the clawed hand came towards the tent. A single, impossibly long finger touched the fabric. We felt the pressure of it, a dimple forming in the nylon right between Olivia and me. A low, scraping sound began. The zetzazala zip of its claw dragging slowly, deliberately, across the surface of the tent. It was not an aggressive or a violent sound. It was inquisitive, exploratory. A sound that communicated in no uncertain terms that it knew something was inside. It was examining its discovery. I have never felt a terror so pure, so absolute. In that moment, I was not a man. I was simply prey, frozen before the predator, waiting for the inevitable killing blow. Marcus was making a tiny, whimpering noise, a sound he couldn't control. The claw stopped its dreadful journey across our tent. The creature stood there, its head tilted, listening to the tiny sound Marcus was making. It was deciding. It was processing. And then, for reasons we will never understand, it seemed to lose interest. Perhaps we were too alien, too incomprehensible. Perhaps some other sound or scent on the night air drew its attention. It lowered its arm. It made the deep, resonant clicking sound in its throat one last time, a sound that vibrated through my very bones. It turned, and with the same silent, insect-like grace, it shuffled away from our tent and melted back into the impenetrable darkness of the woods. We listened to the sound of its footstep receding, the scraping of its claws on stone, and root fading into the distance until it was gone, swallowed once more by the night. But we didn't move. We couldn't. We lay in our tomb of fabric and fear, drenched in cold sweat, listening to the profound, ringing silence the creature had left in its wake. We waited for the sun. We prayed for it. And as the first, faint, sickly gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees, it brought no comfort, no relief. It only served to illuminate the grim reality of our situation and the single, long, clean tear in the fabric of our tent where the claw had been. The gray light of dawn did not creep into the tent. It seeped in, cold and impartial, revealing the devastation within. Not a physical devastation, but one of spirit. We were 3 statues carved from terror, our faces pale and slick with a night's worth of cold sweat. The silence was absolute, broken only by the shallow, ragged sound of our own breathing. The world outside had not yet woken up. Or perhaps it was still too frightened to make a sound. It was Olivia who finally broke the spell. Her voice, when it came, was a dry, ragged whisper, a sound scraped from a throat raw with suppressed screams. "We have to move. Now." Her words were a command, not a suggestion. The pragmatist in her had survived the night, and though her face was a mask of sheer exhaustion and fear, her eyes held a new, hard focus. The time for analysis was over. This was about survival. Getting out of the tent was one of the hardest things I have ever done. Every instinct screamed at me to stay hidden, to remain within the flimsy shelter that had, by some miracle, protected us. But we knew we couldn't. To stay was to wait for the sun to set again, and none of us believed we would survive another night. I was the first one through the flap. The morning air was cool and damp, heavy with the scent of pine and wet earth. The foul, subterranean odor of the creature was gone, washed away by the clean air of the surface world. For a moment, the normality of the forest was disorienting. A bird chirped somewhere in the canopy, a hesitant, questioning sound. But the peace was a lie. My eyes immediately went to the ground in front of the tent. There, in the soft, dark soil, were the tracks. They were not footprints. They were deep, gouged impressions in the earth, 3 long, parallel furrows ending in deeper punctures, as if someone had stabbed the ground with a massive 3-tined garden fork. They led from the direction of the dark hills, went to the fire pit, and then circled our tent. Seeing them, seeing the undeniable physical proof, was somehow worse than witnessing the creature itself. The night's events were not a shared hallucination, not a nightmare brought on by Marcus's stories. This was real. This had happened. Marcus stumbled out of the tent behind me and saw the tracks. The last vestiges of color drained from his face. He looked at the marks on the ground, then at his journal which had fallen near the tent door, and a look of profound, soul-deep guilt and horror washed over him. He had sought out a story, and the story had come seeking us. He didn't speak. He just wrapped his arms around himself, shivering violently in the cool morning air. Olivia emerged last, her gaze clinical as she surveyed the scene. She looked at the tracks, then at the long, clean rip in the tent wall, her jaw tightening. "Pack up," she commanded, her voice still a low whisper. "Only the essentials. Leave the tent. Leave anything that makes noise. We move as silently as possible." What followed was a pantomime of pure fear. We moved around the campsite like ghosts, every action deliberate and agonizingly slow. Rolling up a sleeping bag, an act normally accompanied by the loud rustle of nylon, became a painstaking process of folding and compressing, my muscles screaming with the strain of silence. The metallic click of my water bottle cap felt like a gunshot in the quiet woods. We didn't speak. We communicated with wide, terrified eyes and frantic hand gestures. Marcus was nearly useless, his movements clumsy and shaky. Olivia had to take his backpack from him, efficiently and silently stuffing his sleeping bag inside, her face a grim, determined mask. We abandoned the tent, the cooking supplies, and anything else that wasn't vital. Our only goal was the car. The 2-mile hike that had been a pleasant trek the day before now felt like a journey across 100 miles of hostile territory. We moved quickly, but with an unnatural quiet, stepping carefully to avoid snapping twigs or rustling dry leaves. The forest itself seemed to have changed. It was no longer a place of beauty, but a place of menace. Every shadow seemed to hold a tall, pale shape. The peeling bark of a birch tree looked like blind, white skin. The dark opening of a hollow log looked like a cave mouth. My senses were stretched to a breaking point. I was acutely aware of the weight of Olivia's hand on the canister of bear spray clipped to her belt, and the utter futility it represented. What good was pepper spray against a thing that had clawed its way out of the bedrock? The hills to our north, where the ranger had warned us not to go, were a constant, brooding presence on our right. My eyes kept darting towards them, terrified of what I might see. I imagined the ground riddled with openings, 1,000 unmapped tunnels leading down into the dark. Cold earth where more of those things were sleeping. The wind picked up slightly, and as it whispered through the fissures and hollows of those hills, it created a low, moaning sound. A sound like the earth breathing, or sighing. We had been walking for what felt like an eternity when we heard it again. It was not the loud, close, up grinding from the night before. It was distant, an echo carried on the wind from deep within the woods we were fleeing. A faint but unmistakable sound of scraping, rock against rock. It was the sound of another one waking up, or the same one digging a new way out. That was what broke our discipline. Olivia's head snapped up, her eyes wide with renewed panic. "Run," she breathed, and the word shattered our pact of silence. We ran. We crashed through the undergrowth with no regard for noise, driven by a primal, overwhelming need to escape. Branches whipped at our faces. Thorns tore at our clothes. I could hear Marcus sobbing openly now, his breaths coming in ragged, panicked gasps. We ran blindly, wildly, caring only about putting distance between ourselves and that sound. Finally, we burst out of the tree line and saw it the gravel parking area, and in the middle of it, our car. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, a metal and glass symbol of safety, of civilization, of escape. We didn't slow down until we reached it. Olivia fumbled with her keys, her hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to hit the unlock button. The electronic chirp of the locks disengaging was the first truly modern, man-made sound we had heard in what felt like a year, and it was glorious. We threw our packs in the back, piled into the car, and slammed the doors shut, encasing ourselves in a bubble of steel. Olivia jammed the key in the ignition and the engine roared to life. She slammed the car into reverse, spitting gravel, and sped out of the parking lot and onto the narrow park road. None of us looked back until we were a half-mile away. It was then that I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. The road behind us was empty, but my eyes were drawn to the spot where the forest met the edge of the parking area we had just fled. For a split second, I saw it. A flicker of movement. A sliver of pale, stark white against the deep green and brown of the woods. It was tall and thin, and it vanished behind a thick oak tree almost as soon as I saw it. It wasn't my imagination. It was watching us leave. We didn't speak for the entire drive back to the highway. There were no words for what we had experienced. When we finally merged into the flow of traffic, surrounded by other cars, by the mundane reality of commuters and travelers, it felt like surfacing from a deep, cold ocean. We had survived, but we were not the same people who had driven into those woods. We never went camping again. Our friendship, once forged in adventure, was now cemented in a shared, unspoken trauma. We never spoke of the pale skin, the eyeless face, or the sound of a claw dragging across our tent. We didn't need to. We each saw it in the other's eyes whenever we met. I think often of Ranger Thompson and his tired, knowing gaze. His warning wasn't just about unstable ground. It was about a truth that civilization papers over. We live on a thin, fragile crust. And beneath it, in the deep, silent, patient darkness, other things exist. Things that have been there long before us, and will be there long after we are gone. We had been told not to go near their world, but we hadn't listened. And something had come out of it. Not to hunt us, not to kill us, but simply to remind us that we were trespassers, and that the night and the earth beneath it does not belong to us. My name is Samuel Coleman, and it has been 10 years since I last set foot in the Uinta Mountains. To this day, I cannot look at a dense tree line or hear the wind whistle through a valley without feeling a cold, primal dread creep up my spine. Some wounds, I've learned, are not meant to heal. They are meant to serve as a constant, chilling reminder of the things that exist in the deep, quiet places of the world, waiting in the dark. My companion on that ill-fated trip was Isaac Vance. We had been friends since our university days, a bond forged over a shared passion for cartography and a mutual disdain for the confines of city life. Isaac was the kind of man you'd want with you in a crisis. He was methodical, calm, and possessed a deep, practical knowledge of the wilderness that I, a mere enthusiast, deeply admired. Where I saw a beautiful landscape, Isaac saw a living map of resources, dangers, and escape routes. He was a geologist by trade, but a survivalist by soul. It was his confidence that always made our ambitious treks feel not just possible but safe. And then there was Buster. To call Buster a dog feels like a disservice. He was a presence, a guardian. He was a magnificent German shepherd, with a thick coat the color of sable and dark, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. Isaac had trained him since he was a pup, and the bond between them was one of absolute trust and devotion. In all our previous excursions, Buster was the vanguard. He was fearless, chasing off bears and mountain lions with a ferocity that belied his usually gentle nature. He was our early warning system, our protector, and the heart of our small expedition team. The thought of anything in those mountains frightening him seemed, at the time, utterly impossible. Our destination was the high Uintas wilderness, a sprawling expanse of rugged peaks and pristine, alpine lakes in northeastern Utah. We were seeking solitude, a genuine disconnect from the noise of civilization. For the first day and night, we found it. We hiked for miles under a brilliant blue sky, the air crisp and clean, the only sounds being the crunch of our boots on the trail, our easy conversation, and Buster's happy panting as he scouted ahead. We made camp by a small, unnamed lake, its surface a perfect mirror of the granite peaks that surrounded us. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, we felt a profound sense of peace. We were explorers in our own small world, masters of our domain. We ate our rehydrated meals by the fire, talking about geological formations and future trips. Buster lay by Isaac's feet, occasionally thumping his tail against the hard, packed earth, completely at ease. The second night began much the same, but as dusk bled into true darkness, a subtle shift occurred. The familiar, comforting sounds of the wilderness, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, began to fade into an unnerving silence. It was a heavy, expectant quiet, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. It was then that I first noticed the change in Buster. He was no longer resting. He was on his feet, standing stiffly at the edge of the firelight, his body rigid. A low, guttural growl rumbled deep in his chest, a sound I had never heard from him before. His ears were flattened against his skull, and his tail, normally a proud, curving plume, was tucked tightly between his legs. He was staring intently into the impenetrable blackness beyond our camp, his entire being focused on something we could neither see nor hear. "Easy, boy. What is it?" Isaac murmured, his voice calm but laced with a thread of concern. He walked over to Buster, kneeling to run a hand down his back. The dog flinched at his touch, a gesture so uncharacteristic it sent a shiver down my spine. Buster was terrified. His body was trembling, and a soft, continuous whimper escaped his throat. He refused to break his gaze from the darkness. Isaac stood up, his own eyes now scanning the shadows. "Probably just a bull moose," he said, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. "Or a cougar on the prowl. Stay close to the fire, Buster." But Buster would not be comforted. He was a statue of pure fear, his whimpers growing more pathetic. And then we heard it. It sliced through the oppressive silence with surgical precision. A whistle. It wasn't a human whistle, nor was it any bird I had ever heard. It was a melody, a distinct and perfectly articulated three-toned sequence. The first note was high and sharp, the second a little lower, and the third lower still, holding for just a moment before fading. It was hauntingly melodic, yet utterly alien. It echoed through the valley. The sound so clear and pure it seemed to defy the natural acoustics of the landscape. It didn't sound like a call, it sounded like a signal. At the sound, Buster erupted. He burst into a paroxysm of frantic, savage barking. It wasn't his warning bark, this was a sound of sheer, desperate panic. He lunged against an invisible line at the edge of the firelight, his teeth bared at the unseen source of the whistle. "Buster, heel!" Isaac commanded, his voice sharp and loud. The whistle answered. The same three notes, just as clear, but closer this time. It was as if whatever was making the sound was responding directly to Buster's barks, goading him. The dog went wild, a frenzy of fear and rage. Before Isaac or I could react, he broke from the light of the fire and charged headlong into the darkness. "Buster!" "No!" Isaac screamed, his voice cracking with panic. We stood frozen, our hearts pounding in our chests, listening to the sound of Buster's frantic barking grow fainter as he plunged deeper into the woods. Isaac fumbled for his high-powered flashlight, his hands shaking. "Bustr! Jeet Becca hair silence." Buster's barking had stopped completely. Then the whistle came again, from the exact direction Buster had run. The same three notes, clear as a bell in the dead, still air. But this time, it didn't just fade away. It ended with a fourth sound. A sharp, piercing yelp, unmistakably the sound of a dog in sudden, excruciating pain, that was cut off with a sickening, abrupt finality. And then, nothing. The silence that fell back over our camp was absolute, a black, suffocating void. We never saw Buster again, but the whistling was not finished with us. For the rest of that long, horrific night, it continued, a calm, three-toned melody, circling our camp from the darkness, sometimes near, sometimes far. It was a patient, mocking sound. It was the sound of something that had taken our protector and was now simply waiting. The silence that followed Buster's final, truncated cry was more terrifying than any sound I have ever known. It was a physical presence, pressing in on us, suffocating the very air in our lungs. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, neither Isaac nor I moved. We were statues carved from fear, our faces illuminated by the flickering campfire that now felt like a pathetic, temporary shield against an infinite, hostile darkness. Isaac's flashlight beam cut a useless, trembling path into the woods, revealing nothing but the first few feet of silent, indifferent trees. His hand, still outstretched, shook violently. The name he had screamed, "Buestier!" hung in the air, an unanswered plea that was swallowed by the void. Then the whistling returned. The same 3 notes, calm and unhurried, from a new position to our left. It was a statement. I am still here. I am all around you. That sound shattered our paralysis. Isaac let out a choked, guttural sob and stumbled backward, away from the edge of the light. His usual composure, the bedrock of my own confidence, had crumbled into dust. He was a man hollowed out by grief and terror. I, on the other hand, was galvanized by a cold, sharp-edged fear that demanded action. My survival instinct screamed at me, overriding the shock. "Isaac, the fire," I said, my voice a harsh whisper. "We need more wood. We need to keep it burning." He didn't seem to hear me. He had sunk to the ground, his head in his hands, rocking back and forth. "He's gone, Sam," he whispered, his voice ragged. "It took him. It just took him." The whistle sounded again, this time from behind us, closer than before. It felt like it was just beyond the ring of our camp chairs. I grabbed the small hatchet we used for kindling, its weight a pathetic comfort in my hand. My eyes darted into the darkness, trying to pierce the veil of black, searching for a shape, a shadow, anything. But there was only the night and the patient, melodic sound that now defined it. That night was the longest of my life. We didn't sleep. We didn't even speak much. We huddled close to the fire, which I fed with a frantic, desperate energy, breaking apart anything flammable I could find near the fire pit. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the slight breeze sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. Isaac remained mostly catatonic, his eyes wide and vacant, staring into the flames, as if searching for an answer. The confident survivalist was gone, replaced by a haunted shell. I was left to be the sentinel, a role I was horrifyingly unprepared for. The whistling was a constant, tormenting presence. It was intelligent. It circled us, a predator assessing its cornered prey. Sometimes the 3 notes would come from deep in the valley, a distant, echoing taunt. Moments later, it would sound so close I'd flinch, expecting to feel a cold breath on the back of my neck. It was toying with us, playing a psychological game. A couple of hours into our vigil, it changed its tune. For a terrifying minute, it perfectly mimicked the sound of a woman humming a lullaby. The sound was so unexpected, so deeply out of place, that it almost broke my sanity. It was a calculated act of cruelty, designed to unhinge us. Then, just as suddenly, it reverted to the original 3-note melody. As the hours crawled by, the world beyond our firelight became a canvas for our terror. My mind, starved of sleep and fueled by fear, began to play tricks on me. I saw movement in the periphery, tall, slender shapes that vanished when I turned to face them. I imagined I could hear faint scratching sounds at the edge of the clearing, the sound of something dragging itself through the undergrowth. Isaac would occasionally murmur Buster's name, his voice thick with a despair that was almost as frightening as the whistling itself. We were 2 men trapped on a tiny island of light in an ocean of predatory darkness, and the tide was rising. The first hint of dawn was not a moment of relief, but a new kind of torture. It came slowly, a gradual dilution of the absolute blackness into a deep, bruised purple. As the light grew, the whistling became less frequent. It sounded as if its creator was retreating, pulling back with the shadows. The final whistle came just as the sun's first rays touched the highest peaks. A last, faint three-toned farewell from deep within the forest. And then silence, a true natural silence. The birds began to sing. The world tried to pretend it was normal, but it wasn't. The daylight brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate our pathetic, disheveled state and the grim reality of our situation. The campsite was a wreck and Buster was gone. Isaac finally stirred, looking up at me, his face a pale, haggard mask. The grief in his eyes was a raw, open wound. "We have to look for him," he said, his voice hoarse. "Isaac, no," I pleaded, my own fear warring with my pity for him. "We don't know what that was. We can't. We need to pack up and get out of here." "I'm not leaving him," he insisted, a stubborn fire returning to his eyes. He could be hurt, trapped. I knew it was a fool's hope. We both knew what that final yelp had meant. But I also saw that he wouldn't leave without looking. A compromise was reached. We would do one quick, cautious sweep of the immediate area, moving together before packing up. Isaac grabbed his large hunting knife, and I kept the hatchet clutched in my white, knuckled grip. We started in the direction Buster had run. The ground was covered in a layer of pine needles and soft earth, making tracks difficult to spot. We moved slowly, our senses on high alert, calling Buster's name in hushed, fearful tones. There was no response. After about 50 yards, Isaac stopped dead, his eyes fixed on the ground. "Sam, look." I followed his gaze. There, pressed to a patch of damp earth, was a track. It was not the paw print of a cougar or a bear. It wasn't the hoof print of a moose or a deer. It was a single, clear impression of a bare foot. It was long, unnaturally narrow, and had 3 distinct, claw-like toes. It was a print that belonged to nothing that was supposed to exist. As we stared at it, a drop of something dark and wet fell from the pine branch above, landing right in the center of the unnatural footprint. We looked up. There was no animal, no bird. There was only a single thick, crimson smear on the underside of the branch, as if something had wiped a bloody hand or claw as it passed by. Seeing that unnatural footprint was like having a bucket of ice water thrown over the last embers of our courage. All debate, all of Isaac's desperate hope, evaporated in an instant. The blood dripping from the branch above us up. Question mark on a sentence we already understood. We were in the territory of something ancient and malevolent, something that did not belong to our world. We didn't exchange a word. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second, and in that shared glance was a primal, unspoken agreement. Run. We turned and scrambled back to our camp, moving with a clumsy, panicked haste. The methodical process of breaking down a campsite was abandoned. Tents were ripped from their stakes. Sleeping bags were stuffed haphazardly into packs, and cooking gear was left scattered by the dead fire pit. Every second felt borrowed. The morning sun, which should have brought warmth and safety, now seemed to cast long, menacing shadows that danced at the edge of our vision. The forest was silent again, but it was a heavy, watching silence. We could feel unseen eyes following our every move. The feeling was so intense it was almost a physical touch, a cold pressure on the back of my neck. Our hike out was not a hike, it was a flight. We plunged down the trail we had so cheerfully ascended 2 days prior, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. We didn't dare look back. Isaac, the man who could read a landscape like a book, was now just a man running for his life, his face a mask of grim determination. The wilderness was no longer a beautiful escape. It had transformed into a labyrinth of green and brown. Every tree a potential hiding place for the thing that hunted us, every gust of wind a potential carrier of that three-toned melody. We had been running for what felt like hours, fueled by pure adrenaline when we heard it again. It was faint, carried on the wind from the direction of the lake we had just fled. The three notes. It wasn't a taunt this time, or a threat. It sounded questioning, a signal to a partner, perhaps confirming that the prey had fled the trap. The sound spurred us on, adding a fresh, frantic burst of speed to our escape. We stumbled over roots, scraped our arms on branches, but we did not stop. As we neared the trailhead, the terrain began to look more familiar, the trees thinning slightly. A sliver of hope, fragile but real, began to dawn in my chest. We were going to make it. It was in that moment of nascent relief that the whistling came again, and this time, it was not behind us. It was directly ahead, somewhere between us and the parking lot where our car, our symbol of salvation, was waiting. It was a strategic move, a final, terrifying checkmate. It was cutting off our escape. We skidded to a halt, our chests heaving, a new wave of absolute terror washing over us. Isaac drew his hunting knife, his knuckles white. I held the small hatchet in front of me, knowing it was a useless gesture. We were trapped. Then, from the dense thicket of aspens to our right, a figure stepped onto the path. It was tall, impossibly so, and painfully thin, its limbs too long for its body. Its skin was the color of bleached bone, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. It had no discernible face, just a smooth, blank expanse of skin where features should have been. It stood there, not 20 yards away, and tilted its head. And from that featureless head came the whistle, the three notes perfectly clear, melodic, and utterly monstrous. It raised a long, three-fingered hand, the same type of appendage that must have left the track in the mud, and beckoned to us. That was the moment Isaac broke. With a scream that was pure animal rage, he charged. Not at the creature, but away from it, crashing recklessly through the undergrowth to our left, creating a new path where none existed. For a split second, the creature turned its blank head to follow Isaac's flight. That was my chance. I didn't think, I just ran. I sprinted down the trail, past the spot where the thing stood, my eyes squeezed shut, expecting to feel a clawed hand seize my shoulder at any moment. But it never came. I burst out of the tree line and into the gravel parking lot. The sight of our dusty SUV, the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking. So badly it took 3 tries to unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locked it, and slammed my hand on the horn. A desperate, continuous blast of noise into the silence. I looked back towards the trail, expecting to see the creature emerge, or to hear Isaac's screams cut short. I saw and heard nothing. After a minute that felt like a lifetime, Isaac stumbled out of the woods from a different spot, his clothes torn, his face bleeding from a dozen scratches. He scrambled into the passenger seat, and I didn't need to be told twice. I threw the car into reverse, spun around, and sped down the dirt road, leaving a plume of dust and our abandoned gear and a piece of our souls behind in the Uinta Mountains. We never spoke about what we saw. We drove the long hours home in complete silence. We didn't report it. What could we say? That a whistling monster from our nightmares had taken our dog. They would have locked us up. Isaac was never the same. He sold his house, quit his job and moved to a small town in the flat, featureless plains of Kansas, as far from the mountains as he could get. We tried to stay in touch, but our conversations were strained, haunted by the unspoken. The last time I spoke to him, he told me he could still hear the whistling in his dreams. A year after that, he disappeared. His car was found by the side of a highway, empty. No one ever heard from him again. And me, I live with it. I live with the memory of Buster's final yelp, of Isaac's broken scream, of a tall, pale figure beckoning from the trees. 10 years have passed, but the fear remains, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind blows just right, I think I can hear it. A faint 3-tone melody. A chilling reminder that we were not the first to be lured into the dark, and we will not be the last. My name is Ethan Carter. For the past 5 years, I've worked as a junior architect at a firm in Baltimore. It's a job of precision, of defined lines and calculated stresses, where every element must have a purpose and a place. I find comfort in that order. My life, for the most part, reflects this preference for structure. My girlfriend, Sarah Jenkins, is a botanist, a woman who finds her own kind of order in the sprawling, chaotic beauty of the natural world. Where I see blueprints, she sees ecosystems. It was this shared appreciation for design, whether man-made or natural, that drew us together. Our weekends were often spent escaping the city's grid, trading concrete for trails and skyscrapers for ancient trees. We were experienced hikers, methodical in our planning, always equipped with the best gear, detailed maps, and a healthy respect for the wilderness. Our target for that fateful trip in late October was a place that existed more in whispers and online forums than on any official map. Cascade Creek Falls, tucked away in a seldom visited stretch of national forest in West Virginia. The pictures we'd seen were breathtaking. A silvery plume of water, dropping over a sheer rock cliff into a turquoise pool, surrounded by a cathedral of old-growth forest. It was remote, promising the kind of profound solitude we craved. We spent weeks planning, plotting a route from an old logging road, ensuring we had enough supplies for 3 days, and informing our emergency contacts of our exact plans. We were prepared for anything the wilderness could throw at us: bad weather, animal encounters, injuries. We were not, however, prepared for what we actually found. The hike-in was arduous, just as we'd expected. The trail was overgrown, a faint suggestion of a path that we frequently lost and had to find again using our compass and GPS. The air grew cooler and cleaner with every mile, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. By midday on the first day, the sounds of civilization had completely vanished, replaced by the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth, the chatter of birds, and the sighing of the wind through the vibrant autumn canopy. There was a palpable sense of isolation, a feeling of being in a place that people had long forgotten. It was exactly what we wanted. We finally heard the waterfall before we saw it, a low, constant roar that grew louder until it dominated the landscape. Pushing through a final thicket of rhododendron, we stepped into the clearing. It was more magnificent than the photos. The water fell nearly 100 feet, crashing into a deep, clear pool with a force that sent a perpetual mist into the air, feeding the lush, green moss that carpeted everything. The rocks, the fallen logs, the base of the cliff itself. The late afternoon sun pierced the canopy in shafts, illuminating the mist and creating faint, dancing rainbows. We stood in silence for a long time, simply absorbing the raw power and beauty of the place. It was while we were scouting for a place to pitch our tent that Sarah found it. I was checking the ground near the pool for levelness, and she had wandered over to the base of the cliff face, running her hand over the moss-slicked rock. "Ethan," she called out, her voice sounding strange, muted by the roar of the falls. "You need to see this." I walked over, expecting her to point out an interesting plant or a fossil. She was standing by the rock wall, just to the right of where the main cascade hit, her face a mixture of curiosity and unease. She pointed. At first, I didn't see it. The moss was thick, a vibrant, shaggy carpet. But then my eyes adjusted, tracing the unnaturally straight lines she was indicating. Beneath the green veil was a perfect rectangle of dark, rusted metal. We used our hands to pull back the heavy curtains of moss, revealing it fully. It was a door, a small iron door, perhaps 4 feet high and 3 feet wide, set impossibly, seamlessly into the solid rock of the cliff. It was ancient, the iron pitted and streaked with orange rust. There was no handle, no knob, no hinges, no lock, not on our side anyway. It was a solid, blank plate of iron, its edges sealed tight against the stone as if it had grown there. A chill, entirely separate from the waterfall's mist, crept down my spine. "What the hell is that?" I murmured, more to myself than to Sarah. "An old mine entrance, maybe," she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. From the coal boom. "Here, this is granite, not shale," I replied, my architect brain kicking in. "And there's no sign of a mine. No tailings, no tracks, no collapsed timbers. Nothing. This is just a door." We stood there for a long time, staring at it. Every logical explanation we tried to formulate fell apart. It was too clean, too deliberate. The sheer effort required to cut into this rock and set a door with such precision, in a place this remote, was staggering. And for what? It felt wrong. It was a piece of rigid, man-made order where it didn't belong, an intrusion that radiated a silent, malevolent energy. The beauty of the clearing was suddenly tainted. The roar of the waterfall no longer sounded peaceful. It sounded like it was trying to drown something out. "I don't want to camp here," Sarah said finally, her arms wrapped around herself. "Not near this thing." I agreed immediately. The unease it sparked in me was primal. We hiked back the way we came for a good 15 minutes, putting a ridge between us and the waterfall. We found a small, defensible clearing and set up our tent there. We could still hear the distant roar of the falls, a constant reminder of the strange iron door, hidden at its base, but we couldn't see it, and that was enough. We tried to restore our sense of adventure, building a fire, cooking our dinner, and talking about anything other than the door. But its presence lingered in our minds, an unspoken question mark that hung in the rapidly darkening woods. Sleep did not come easily. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of an owl, seemed amplified, filtered through a new lens of fear. Eventually, however, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into a fitful, dreamless sleep. I was torn from it by a sound, a low, deep, groaning vibration that seemed to travel through the ground and up into my bones. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs, straining to hear over the distant waterfall. Sarah was awake too. I could feel the tension in her body next to mine. Then the sound came again, clearer this time. It was the noise of immense weight, of metal protesting against rock. A slow, agonizing, scraping groan. It was a sound of immense effort. of something being opened that was never meant to be opened. With a shaking hand, I fumbled for the high-powered flashlight I kept by my head. I unzipped the tent flap just enough to peer out. The moon was hidden by clouds, and the darkness was absolute. I thumbed the switch on the flashlight, and a powerful white beam sliced through the night, aimed in the direction of the waterfall. I swept it back and forth, my breath held tight in my chest. The beam landed on the distant cliff face, illuminating the cascade of water and the glistening, wet rock. And then it found the door. Or rather, it found the space where the door used to be perfectly sealed. The iron door was open. Just a sliver, a foot-wide vertical gap. It hadn't swung outward. It had slid, impossibly, into the rock. The gap was not a shadow, it was a void. A slice of perfect, pitch-black nothingness that seemed to drink the beam of my flashlight, to swallow the light whole. And from that sliver of absolute darkness, a new sound reached us, carried on the damp night air. It was faint, but unmistakable. A wet, sloppy, dragging sound. The sound of something pulling itself out. For a long moment, neither of us moved. We were frozen, not by the cold, but by a pure, paralyzing terror that felt colder than any ice. The world had shrunk to the thin nylon walls of our tent, and the two sounds that now battled for dominance. The indifferent roar of the waterfall and the intimate, horrifyingly close sound of wet, deliberate dragging. It was a sound that spoke of purpose, of a slow, inexorable emergence. My mind, usually a fortress of logic and reason, was crumbling. It frantically tried to supply an explanation. A bear, a deer, anything. But no animal on earth made a sound like that. It was the sound of something broken and wrong, pulling its own useless weight through the mud and leaves. "Ethan," Sarah whispered, her voice a fragile thread of sound. "Zip it up. Zip up the tent." Her words broke the spell. My hand, slick with sweat, fumbled for the zipper toggle. With a rasp that sounded deafeningly loud, I pulled the tent flap shut, sealing us inside our flimsy tomb. It was a child's defense, the logic of pulling blanket over your head to hide from monsters. But in that moment, it was all we had. We were plunged back into total darkness, but the sounds were still there. The dragging was punctuated now by a series of soft, wet plops, as if pieces of whatever was emerging were sloughing off and falling to the ground. And beneath it, a new noise began, a faint, rhythmic clicking. "We have to go," I said, my voice barely recognizable. "Now? Go where?" Sarah's voice trembled, but there was a core of her usual practicality in it. "We can't see anything. We'll break our necks." "Staying is not an option," I insisted, my words gaining force. "That thing, it's out, and it's moving." The clicking grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't random. It had a pattern, like an insect's chittering, but deeper, more resonant, as if made by something large and heavy. The dragging sound was changing direction, no longer moving away from the waterfall, but sweeping in a slow arc towards us. That was it. The debate was over. A surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp, cut through my fear. We were no longer prey, frozen and waiting. We were going to run. "Leave it," I hissed, grabbing my boots. "Leave everything. Just boots, flashlight." We moved with a clumsy, frantic urgency in the cramped darkness. The simple act of pulling on my hiking boots felt like a monumental task. My fingers were clumsy, my breathing ragged. Sarah was doing the same beside me. I could hear her sharp, terrified gasps for air. I grabbed the heavy flashlight, my only weapon against the night, and located the back of the tent. There was a second zipper there, facing away from the waterfall, away from the sounds. It was our only chance. As my fingers found the zipper, the dragging sound stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise it replaced. The clicking continued, faster now, agitated. It was closer. So much closer. It was no longer at the waterfall. It was in the woods, somewhere between us and the cliff. It was hunting. I didn't wait. I tore the back zipper open and scrambled out into the cold night air, pulling Sarah with me. We didn't stand up straight. We stayed low. Crab, walking backward away from the tent, away from the clearing. I didn't dare use the flashlight yet. The moon was still shrouded, and the darkness was a suffocating blanket. We were moving blind, our hands scraping against roots and rocks, our feet catching on unseen vines. Behind us, the clicking sound echoed through the trees. It was moving again, methodically sweeping the area. Once we felt the first of the trees at our backs, we stood up and ran. It was a mad, reckless flight through a black, hostile world. Branches whipped at our faces, thorns tore at our clothes and skin. I risked a quick burst from the flashlight, a split-second sweep to illuminate the path ahead. The beam revealed a chaotic maze of trees, rocks, and fallen logs. It was just enough to give us a heading, a direction away from the horror. Then I clicked it off, plunging us back into darkness. We couldn't risk it knowing exactly where we were. We ran like that for what felt like an eternity, in bursts of light and long stretches of blind stumbling. My lungs burned. My legs ached. Sarah was right behind me. I could hear her ragged breathing, the desperate pounding of her feet on the forest floor. The clicking sound seemed to be fading. Or perhaps the pounding of my own heart was simply drowning it out. A sliver of hope, fragile and foolish, began to dawn in my mind. Maybe we had lost it. Maybe we were fast enough. It was that hope that made me careless. I risked a longer burst with the flashlight, trying to find a clearer path. The beam cut a wide arc through the trees ahead, and for a fraction of a second, it illuminated something to our left. It wasn't what I expected. My mind had conjured images of beasts with claws and fangs. This was worse. It wasn't a single entity. It was a collection of parts, a grotesque assemblage of what looked like human limbs, all fused together in a way that defied anatomy and sanity. I saw a pale arm, its fingers elongated into needle-like points, fused at the elbow to a bent, backward-facing leg. I saw a torso, slick and dark, with something that might have been a head pressed into its center, featureless and smooth. It was dragging itself forward with a horrifying, spider-like motion, using its mismatched limbs to pull its bulk over the forest floor. The wet dragging sound was the fleshy torso scraping against the earth. The clicking was the sound of its sharpened finger, bones and toe, bones finding purchase on rock and wood. It was turning its head, a smooth, eyeless mound of flesh, in our direction, as if it had sensed the light. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure revulsion. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her, changing direction, crashing through the undergrowth, with no regard for the noise we were making. The clicking behind us exploded into a frantic, rapid fire clatter. It was coming for us. The chase was on. We ran with the last of our strength, fueled by sheer animal terror. I kept the flashlight on now. The pretense of stealth was gone. Its beam bounced wildly, turning the forest into a disorienting strobe of light and shadow. Behind us, the thing was unnervingly fast. The clicking and dragging grew louder, closer. I could hear the snap of branches as it plowed through the woods, a sound of unnatural force. Then it happened. My foot caught on a thick root hidden beneath the leaves. I pitched forward, my grip on Sarah's hand torn away. The flashlight flew from my grasp, tumbling end over end, before coming to rest 10 feet away, its beam pointing uselessly up into the canopy, illuminating a spiderweb of dead branches. I landed hard, the air knocked from my lungs. I pushed myself up, gasping, my eyes frantically searching the darkness. "Sarah," I yelled, my voice cracking. There was no answer. I scrambled toward the flashlight, my heart a cold, heavy stone in my chest. My fingers closed around it, and I swung the beam back to where I had fallen. The spot was empty. I panned the light wildly through the trees. "Sayar." The only reply was the sudden, abrupt silence. The clicking had stopped. The dragging had stopped. The forest was utterly, unnaturally still, and Sarah was gone. Panic is a tidal wave. It drowns thought, reason, and courage in a single, roaring surge of pure adrenaline. For how long I knelt there in the dirt, screaming Sarah's name into the suffocating silence, I will never know. Time had ceased to be a linear progression. It was a thick, black syrup in which I was trapped. The flashlight beam, still clutched in my white, knuckled grip, sliced frantically through the darkness, revealing only indifferent trees and empty space where she should have been. There was no sign of a struggle. No blood, no torn fabric. Not even a scuff mark in the damp earth other than my own. It was as if she had simply been plucked from existence. The silence was the worst part. The creature, the clicking, dragging horror, was also gone. The forest had reverted to its natural state, deceptively peaceful. But I knew it was out there. I could feel it. The silence wasn't peace. It was the patient stillness of a predator that has already secured its prey. It was waiting, watching. A choice, stark and terrible, presented itself in the ruins of my mind. I could stay and search for her, plunging deeper into the nightmarish woods, armed with only a failing flashlight and the last dregs of my courage. Or I could run. I could try to make it back to the car, back to the world of paved roads and cell service, and bring back help. My soul recoiled at the thought of leaving her. Every fiber of my being screamed that I had to find her, that abandoning her was an unforgivable betrayal. But my logical mind, the architect within, saw the grim blueprint of the situation. I was injured, terrified, and alone. I would die out here, and then there would be no one to tell her story. No one to lead a search. The thought of her being dragged back to that impossible iron door, back into that absolute darkness, that thought is what finally made me move. Running for your life is different from running in a race. It is a primal, desperate act. I ran with no for direction other than away. I stumbled and fell, picked myself up, and ran again. My lungs were on fire, my ankle throbbed with a sharp, insistent pain, but I didn't stop. The forest I had admired just that afternoon had transformed into a living adversary. Every gnarled root seemed placed to trip me. Every low, hanging branch seemed to claw at my face. I didn't dare use the flashlight for more than a split second at a time, terrified that its beam would act as a beacon for the thing that hunted in the dark. The darkness was my enemy, but it was also my only cover. Hours bled into one another. My flight was fueled by a cocktail of terror, grief, and a growing, chilling despair. I began to hallucinate. I saw Sarah's face in the patterns of bark on the trees. I heard her voice whispering my name on the wind. Several times, I heard the faint, rhythmic clicking in the distance, and would collapse behind a log, my body shaking uncontrollably. until the sound faded into the cacophony of my own frantic heartbeat. I was losing my mind. The structure I had built my life upon was gone, replaced by a chaotic landscape of fear. By some miracle, or perhaps just by the sheer dumb luck of running in a relatively straight line, I stumbled out onto the old logging road just as the first hint of dawn was beginning to bruise the eastern sky. The sight of our car, a solid, man-made object of steel and glass, was so jarringly normal that I fell to my knees and wept. The relief was so profound it was physically painful, but it was a hollow victory. The passenger seat was empty. I was alone. The drive was a blur. I pushed the car mercilessly over the rutted road, my hands shaking so violently I could barely keep the wheels straight. I watched the cell phone on the passenger seat, praying for a single bar of service to appear. When it finally did, a single, flickering bar, I pulled over and dialed 9911 with a thumb that seemed to belong to someone else. How do you tell a stranger a story that you yourself can barely comprehend? My voice was a hoarse croak. My girlfriend. She's missing, I managed to say. We were camping, Cascade Creek Falls. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional. Okay, sir. Stay on the line. What's your name? What's your name? Ethan Carter. She's Sarah Jenkins. Can you tell me what happened, Ethan? And I tried. I told them about the hike, the waterfall, the iron door set into the rock. The dispatcher's calm silence on the other end of the line began to feel less like professionalism and more like disbelief. I told them about the sound, the groaning of metal, the wet, dragging noise. I told them about running, about the thing I saw in the woods, the grotesque collection of limbs. There was a long pause. Sir, the dispatcher said, her voice now carrying a careful, measured tone you use with someone who is unstable. Did you and your girlfriend consume any substances? Mushrooms, perhaps? No! It was real! I was shouting now, hysterical. You have to believe me! They told me to stay where I was. That officers were on their way. The wait was another form of torture. When the two sheriff's deputies arrived, their faces were etched with a mixture of concern and deep suspicion. I told them the story again. I saw the way they looked at each other, the way their eyes scanned me, my torn clothes, the wild, terrified look in my eyes. I was not a victim reporting a crime. I was a suspect. The official search lasted for 2 weeks. They found our campsite. They found the tent ripped open from the back. They found my footprints, Sarah's footprints, and then only my footprints leading away in a frantic, panicked rush. They found nothing else. No tracks from any known animal. No blood. No sign of the creature I described. They sent divers into the pool at the base of the waterfall. They found nothing. And the door, the small iron door set into the rock face, they never found it. The search party, the deputies, the park rangers, they all combed the area I described. They sent me out there with them. I led them to the exact spot, to the right of the cascade, where Sarah and I had pulled back the moss. There was nothing there. Just a solid, unbroken wall of granite, slick with mist and carpeted in green. It was as if it had never existed. Sarah Jenkins was officially listed as a missing person, presumed to have gotten lost and succumbed to the elements. I was the last person to see her alive. The investigation remains open. They never charged me, but they never cleared me either. I live in a permanent state of suspicion. My friends and family try to understand, but I see the doubt in their eyes when I talk about what really happened. They think I broke under the stress, that I invented a monster to cope with a tragic accident. But I know what I saw. I know that the door was real. And I know that somewhere, deep within the rock of that mountain, in a place of absolute darkness, the thing that took her is waiting. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I think I can still hear it. A faint, wet, dragging sound, and the slow, patient clicking of bone on stone. My name is Leo, and if I'm being honest, I've always considered myself the anchor of our small group of friends. Not in the sense of being a leader, but more like the one who keeps things grounded. The one who worries just enough for everyone. It was a role I had settled into comfortably. Over years of friendship with Dan and Kira, Dan was the engine of our trio. He was built like a man who spent his life outdoors, lean, muscular, with a rugged confidence that seemed to radiate from him. He was a former rock climbing instructor, and his mind was a catalog of practical skills. From tying impossible knots to identifying edible plants. To Dan, the wilderness wasn't something to be feared. It was a puzzle to be solved. A challenge to be met. He was the reason we were out here, deep in the sprawling forests of Northern California, a place he reverently called the last bastion of true wild. His enthusiasm was infectious, and it was almost impossible to say no to him. Even when his plans bordered on the reckless, Kira was our compass in more ways than one. She had a quiet, observant nature that made her seem almost ethereal against the raw backdrop of the wild. With a degree in botany, she moved through the forest with a sense of belonging, her eyes constantly scanning the flora, her fingers gently touching the bark of ancient trees. She could name every bird by its call, and every plant by its leaf. But her true strength was an intuition that almost unnerving. She felt things. A shift in the atmosphere. A tension in the air. Long before Dan or I would notice. She was the one who balanced Dan's impulsive energy with a gentle, thoughtful caution. And me. I was the chronicler, the planner. I was the one with the laminated maps, the triple-checked first aid kit, and a constant level hum of anxiety that I masked with dry humor. I trusted Dan's skills and Kira's intuition, but I also believed in being prepared for the worst. It was this dynamic, Dan's drive, Kira's awareness, and my caution, that had seen us through a dozen adventures before. This trip, however, felt different from the start. The destination was the Emerald Triangle, a name that sounded magical, but held a sinister reputation. It was a vast, sparsely populated region famous for two things: its breathtakingly beautiful redwood forests, and its status as the largest cannabis-producing region in the United States. The stories were legendary. Tales of illegal growers, protecting their hidden farms with armed guards, booby traps, and a ruthless paranoia. We weren't looking for trouble. We were seeking solitude, the kind that only comes from being miles away from any sign of civilization. We had chosen a route that was supposed to be far from any known cultivation areas, but in a place like this, you could never be sure. The first day was idyllic, a perfect picture of what we had come for. The sunlight filtered through the colossal canopy of redwoods, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air was thick with the rich, earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil. We hiked for hours, our conversation punctuated by the crunch of our boots on the trail and the distant calls of birds. By late afternoon, we found a perfect spot to make camp, a small clearing next to a gurgling creek, surrounded by a protective circle of ancient trees. As Dan set about building a fire with practiced ease, Kira and I pitched the tents. There was a comfortable rhythm to our work, a silent understanding built from years of shared experience. That evening, we sat around the crackling flames, the fire pushing back the encroaching darkness. We ate, we talked, we laughed. The forest seemed to embrace us, its sounds a soothing lullaby of chirping crickets and the gentle murmur of the creek. The paranoia that had nipped at the edges of my mind began to fade. Here, under a blanket of stars so bright they seemed close enough to touch, the stories of the Emerald Triangle felt like distant myths. "See, Leo," Dan said, flashing a grin. "What were you so worried about? This is paradise." I had to admit he was right. I felt my shoulders relax for the first time all day. Even Kira, who had been unusually quiet during the last leg of our hike, seemed to be at peace. We stayed up late, sharing stories until the fire burned down to glowing embers, and then retreated to our tents, falling asleep to the gentle sounds of the wilderness. The second day dawned with a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The air was heavier, the sky a dull, overcast gray. The forest, which had felt so alive and welcoming the day before, now seemed unnervously still. The birds were silent. As we ate our breakfast of oatmeal and dried fruit, I couldn't shake a persistent feeling of being watched. I scanned the dense wall of trees surrounding our camp, but saw nothing but an impenetrable tangle of green and brown. "Anyone else feel like we're in a library?" I asked, trying to make a joke of it. Dan shrugged, dismissing it as a change in the weather. "Just a pressure drop. Probably rain later. Let's get a good hike in before it starts." Kira didn't say anything. She just slowly stirred her oatmeal, her gaze fixed on the woods beyond our camp. There was a familiar tension in her posture, a stillness that I had learned to recognize as a sign of her unease. We packed up our day, packs, and set off on a trail that led deeper into the forest, away from the creek. The silence persisted. It was a profound, unnatural quiet that seemed to absorb the sound of our footsteps. Hours passed, and the feeling of being observed only intensified. It was like a physical pressure on the back of my neck. We found no signs of any farms, no discarded trash, no cut trails, nothing to suggest human presence. Yet the feeling remained. We returned to camp in the late afternoon, the gray sky having deepened to a bruised purple. The air was completely still, so much so that the leaves on the trees hung motionless, as if holding their breath. It was then that I noticed it. Our food bag, a heavy, duty dry sack filled with our supplies for the next few days, was hanging from a high branch of a massive oak tree, where we had strung it up the night before. A standard precaution against bears, but it wasn't still. It was swinging, a slow rhythmic back and forth motion like a pendulum in a grandfather clock. "Hey," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Look." Dan and Kira followed my gaze. We stood frozen for a long moment, watching the bag sway in the windless air. "The wind must be picking up," Dan said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. There was no wind. Not a single leaf stirred. The smoke from our smoldering fire rose in a perfectly straight, thin line. "That's not the wind," Kira stated softly, her eyes wide. Dan's jaw tightened. The puzzle solver in him took over. "Okay, let's not panic." He walked to the base of the tree and stared up at the rope, which disappeared into the thick leaves of a high branch. Maybe an animal tried to get it and set it swinging. "What kind of animal?" I asked, my heart starting to pound against my ribs. A bear would have just ripped it down. A squirrel couldn't make it move that much. Without another word, Dan began to climb. He was agile and efficient, finding handholds in the rough bark and pulling himself up with an unnerving speed. We watched from below, our necks craned, the swinging bag the only thing moving in the silent forest. He reached the branch, straddled it, and leaned over to inspect the rope. He was up there for what felt like an eternity. When he finally looked down, his face was pale, stripped of all its usual confidence. He didn't speak until he was back on the ground, standing before us. He held out his hands to show they were steady, but I could see a tremor in them. "The rope," he said, his voice low and strained. "It wasn't chewed. Not by any animal." He took a deep breath, his eyes meeting mine, then Kira's. The fear in them was stark and terrifying. "It was cut," he said, "partially, about halfway through. It was a clean slice. Someone did it with a knife." The words hung in the dead air, and the silence of the forest rushed in to fill the void. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague premonition. It was a cold, hard certainty. We were not alone, and whoever was out there with us was toying with us, letting us know they were in control. The forest was no longer our sanctuary. It was a cage, and we had just realized the door was locked. Dan's words seemed to drain all the warmth from the air. A cold, heavy dread settled over us, far more chilling than the evening air. For a moment, nobody spoke. The three of us just stood there in the clearing, a triangle of fear. The gently swinging food bag, a mocking testament to our vulnerability. The vibrant forest that had been our playground now felt like a colossal, watching entity, and we were three mice caught in its gaze. My mind, usually a whirlwind of plans and contingencies, went completely blank. All I could think about was the clean slice of the knife. It was an act of intimacy, of deliberate, silent intrusion. This wasn't a random encounter. This was a message. Dan was the first to break the silence, but his voice was a shadow of its usual self, stripped of its easy confidence. "Okay," he said, rubbing his face with a shaky hand. "Okay, let's think. We can't panic." "Not panic?" Kira's voice was sharp, a sliver of ice. She was hugging herself tightly, her knuckles white. "Dan, someone was right here, in our camp, while we were gone. They climbed that tree and cut the rope. They're playing with us." Her eyes, wide and dark, darted towards the impenetrable wall of trees that surrounded us. "They're probably still out there, watching us right now." The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I scanned the woods, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every tree seemed to hide a human form. The feeling of being watched was no longer a subtle pressure. It was a physical weight, crushing the air from my lungs. "We should leave," Kira whispered, her voice trembling. "Right now. Pack up and go." Dan countered, shaking his head. The pragmatist in him was fighting to regain control. "Kira, we're at least a 6-hour hike from the car. The trail is uneven. We'd be using headlamps, making ourselves perfect targets. If they wanted to hurt us, that would be the easiest way. Tripping in the dark separated, no. It's a bad idea. So what's the good idea?" "Dan," I asked, my voice sounding hollow to my own ears. "Waiting here for them to come back. They know we're here. They know we're afraid." I gestured at the half-cut rope. This was the opening act. What's the main event? We were trapped in a classic predator's dilemma. To run was to expose ourselves. To stay was to wait for the attack. Dan paced the small clearing, his boots scuffing the dirt, the sound unnaturally loud in the profound silence. He was thinking, his brow furrowed. But for the first time, I could see the fear in his eyes was winning out over the logic. He had led us into this, and he didn't know the way out. Finally, he stopped. We stay, but we do it on our terms. We make it as difficult for them as possible. His voice had a sliver of its old command back, but it was brittle. Wu dose the fire. No light. None at all. We'll be invisible. The thought of extinguishing our only source of light and warmth was terrifying, but he was right. The cheerful, crackling flames that had been our shield just last night would now be a spotlight, painting a target on our backs. We'll move the tents, he continued, pointing to a dense thicket of ferns and low, hanging branches at the edge of the clearing. Right up against there. It gives us cover from behind and a single line of sight to watch. It was a plan born of desperation, but it was a plan nonetheless. It gave us something to do, a way to channel the frantic energy that was threatening to consume us. Wordlessly, we worked. I kicked dirt and poured water from our bottles onto the embers of the fire, plunging our campsite into a deep, disorienting twilight. The last wisp of smoke curled into the gray air and vanished. The darkness that followed was immediate and absolute. Dan and I dragged the tents, the nylon rustling loudly, to the spot he'd indicated. Kira, moving like a ghost, began gathering what little we could use as weapons. Dan had his camping axe, a hefty tool with a wickedly sharp blade. He handed me his largest hunting knife, its handle cold and heavy in my sweating palm. Kira clutched her can of bear spray, a pathetic defense against a human predator, but better than nothing. We brought the food bag down the half-severed rope, a grim souvenir of the afternoon's discovery. We hid it, along with our packs, inside one of the tents. Then, there was nothing left to do but wait. We didn't retreat into our tents. We couldn't bear the thought of being separated, of being trapped in those flimsy nylon shells. Instead, we sat on the cold ground, our backs pressed against the rough bark of a redwood, facing the clearing. Dan was in the middle, axe resting across his lap. I was on his right, Kira on his left. The three of us, a tiny, terrified island in an ocean of darkness. Night fell completely. The overcast sky smothered the moon and stars, leaving us in a darkness so profound it felt physical. It pressed in on us, stealing the shapes and outlines of the world, leaving only sound. And then, even the sound began to die. The crickets stopped chirping. The creek's gentle murmur seemed to fade. The forest was holding its breath, and we were holding ours with it. My senses screamed. Every nerve was on fire. My ears strained to catch the slightest noise, my eyes wide open in the useless dark, trying to perceive movement in the suffocating blackness. Time stretched and warped. A minute felt like an hour. An hour felt like a lifetime. The silence was a form of torture. It allowed my imagination to run wild, populating the woods with faceless, silent figures, their motives as dark and unknowable as the night itself. I thought about the man with the knife. What did he look like? Was he alone? Why not just confront us? Why the game? The act of partially cutting the rope was one of psychological warfare. It was designed to terrorize, to break us down before any physical confrontation. It was working. My courage had crumbled, leaving behind a raw, primal fear that was cold and sharp. Beside me, I could hear Kira's shallow, ragged breathing. I could feel the tension radiating from Dan's body, his muscles coiled tight like a spring. We didn't speak. Words were useless now. They were a liability, a sound that would give away our position, our fear. We were united in a silent, terrified vigil. Hours must have passed. My body was stiff and cold, but I didn't dare move. The silence pressed on, broken only by the frantic beating of my own heart. And then, I heard it. It wasn't a snapping twig or a rustle of leaves. It was something worse, something unnatural. A single, sharp, metallic sound. It was unmistakable. It was precise. It was close. Terrifyingly close. It was the sound of a rifle's safety being switched off. Click. The sound cut through the silence like a shard of glass. It came from the trees, just yards from where we sat, directly in front of us. It was a sound that promised violence, a sound that signaled the end of the game and the beginning of something infinitely worse. We all froze. The air solidified in my lungs. Every muscle in my body locked. This was it. The watcher was done watching. The hunter had us in his sights. In the suffocating, impenetrable darkness, we sat paralyzed, waiting for the flash of the muzzle, waiting for the roar that would tear our world apart. The click of the rifle safety was the sound of a period at the end of a sentence. Our sentence. In that single, sharp noise, all hope evaporated, replaced by a certainty so cold and absolute it was almost peaceful. The frantic chaos of fear in my mind suddenly went still. There was no more, what if? There was only, what now? We were going to die here, in the suffocating dark, at the hands of a person we couldn't see. We sat frozen, a tableau of terror carved from the night. My hand was clamped so tightly around the handle of the hunting knife that my knuckles ached. Yet the weapon felt useless. A child's toy against the unseen rifle. I waited for the blast, for the searing pain, for the world to end. I braced myself, my muscles locked, my teeth clenched. But it didn't come. Instead, a new sound slithered out of the darkness. A voice. It was low and gravelly, like stones grinding together, yet it carried an unnerving tone of calm amusement. 3 little mice, sitting in the dark. The voice drawled, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Did you really think I couldn't see you? I can smell your fear. It's delicious. A beam of light exploded from the trees, impossibly bright. It wasn't a flashlight, it was a high-powered spotlight. The beam swept across the clearing before landing squarely on Dan, pinning him in its harsh, white glare. He flinched, throwing an arm up to shield his eyes. Behind him, Kira and I were plunged into even deeper shadow, but we could see him perfectly. He was exposed, vulnerable, a specimen under a microscope. The voice chuckled again, a dry, rattling sound. There's the brave one. The leader, always the first to go. We still couldn't see the man behind the light. He was a disembodied voice, a malevolent presence hiding behind a blinding star. You're on my land, the voice continued, the playful tone gone, replaced by a hard edge of ownership. You come here with your city smells and your loud voices, and you think it belongs to you. It doesn't. It belongs to me. The trees, the animals, everything. There was a pause. And tonight, you belong to me too. I saw Dan's body tense. The muscles in his shoulders and back bunched up. He was a coiled spring, and the voice was a finger pressing down, harder and harder. He slowly lowered his arm, his eyes squinting into the blinding light, his face a mask of defiance and terror. The axe was still resting across his lap. What do you want? Dan's voice was a strained rasp. Want? The voice sounded genuinely surprised. I don't want anything. The question is, what do you want? You want to live. You've got to earn it. This is a game. The best game there is. The survival game. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a paranoid grower. This was something far worse. This was a predator. A man who hunted people for sport. The cut rope, the psychological torment. It was all part of his twisted game. The game is simple, the voice said. I give you a head start. 30 seconds. You run. I hunt. If you make it to sunrise, you win. If I find you, I win. It was insane, a death sentence disguised as a chance. To run into the pitch-black forest, a forest he knew and we didn't, while he followed with a rifle and a spotlight. It was no chance at all. No. Kira whispered from beside me, her voice so faint I barely heard it. Don't. But it was too late. I saw the decision flash across Dan's face. He was the protector, the man of action. He would never sit and wait to be executed. He would not play this sick game by the hunter's rules. He would make his own. In a single, explosive movement, Dan launched himself forward. He wasn't running away. He was charging directly towards the light. The axe held high. He let out a sound of pure, desperate rage. Dan, no, I screamed. The spotlight wavered as the hunter was taken by surprise. For a split second, I saw a silhouette, a large man, bulky and tall. Then the night was shattered by the deafening roar of the rifle. The blast was concussive. It hit me like a physical blow. Dan's charge faltered. He stumbled, his momentum carrying him a few more steps, before he collapsed in a heap on the forest floor. The spotlight swung wildly, and then settled on his still form. The axe lay a few feet from his outstretched hand. A scream tore from Kira's throat, a sound of such raw agony that it felt like it was ripping my own soul apart. The hunter's voice was different now, laced with irritation. Stupid. You broke the rules. You ruined the game. That was our chance. The hunter was distracted, his attention on Dan. His light was on Dan. He wasn't looking at us. Kira, Ram. I grabbed her arm, hauling her to her feet. Ron. For a second she resisted, her body frozen, her eyes locked on Dan's body. Then the survival instinct kicked in. She turned, and we plunged into the darkness behind us, away from the clearing, into the deep woods. We ran blindly, crashing through ferns, stumbling over roots, branches whipping at our faces. We didn't know where we were going. We just ran. Behind us, I heard the hunter shout in anger. The beam of light began to sweep through the trees, cutting swaths through the darkness, searching for us. This way, Kira gasped, pulling me to the left. Her intuition, her connection to this place, was taking over. She was navigating by feel, by instinct. We scrambled down a steep, muddy embankment, sliding more than running, landing in the shallow, ice-cold water of the creek. The shock of the cold was brutal, but it was also a blessing. "Stay in the water!" Kira hissed. "It'll hide our tracks, our scent." We waded downstream, stumbling on slippery rocks, the water numbing our legs. The beam of the spotlight sliced through the trees above us, but it didn't dip down to the creek. He was searching the high ground. For a few precious minutes, we were hidden. We moved as fast as we could, our breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. The image of Dan falling was burned into my mind. His roar, the gunshot, Kira's scream. It all played on a loop. But grief was a luxury we couldn't afford. Only fear and adrenaline remained. After what felt like an eternity, Kira pulled us out of the water and into a dense cluster of fallen logs and thick brush. We crawled into the tight space, pulling damp leaves and branches over ourselves. We lay there, shivering, listening. The forest was silent again. But it was a different silence now. It was the silence of the hunter. We could hear the distant, methodical crunch of his footsteps as he searched. The beam of his light still cut through the canopy, a roving eye of God. He was taking his time. He knew the sun was still hours away. He was enjoying this. We lay there for an eternity, our bodies aching, our minds fractured. Every sound was the hunter. Every shadow was his approach. But as the minutes turned into hours, the sounds of his search grew more distant. The light appeared less frequently. Slowly, imperceptibly, the absolute blackness of night began to soften. A faint, gray light began to filter through the trees. Dawn was coming. Hope, a feeling I thought was dead, flickered faintly in my chest. We didn't move until the sun was fully up, casting long, somber shadows through the forest. The world was washed in the pale, gentle light of a new day, a day Dan would never see. Getting back to the car was a blur of silent, stumbling horror. We didn't talk. We just moved, putting one foot in front of the other, driven by a primal need to escape that place. Every step was an agony of grief and fear. When we finally saw our car through the trees, it looked like a mirage, an impossible artifact from another world. We scrambled inside, locking the doors. The sound of the locks clicking into place a pale echo of the rifle's safety. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into drive, spraying gravel as we sped away from that cursed forest. I didn't look back, but I knew Kira did. I saw her reflection in the rearview mirror, her face pale and tear-streaked, her eyes fixed on the wall of green we were leaving behind. We had survived, but we hadn't escaped. A part of us would be in that forest forever, buried in the dark with Dan, haunted by the memory of a hunter's game. My name is Alex Carter. For the better part of a decade, my life has revolved around the outdoors, but not in the way you might think. I'm not a mountaineer who conquers peaks for glory, nor am I a scientist cataloging rare flora. I'm a gear reviewer, a professional skeptic paid to push equipment to its absolute limits. My job is to find the breaking point of fabric, the failure threshold of a zipper, the exact temperature at which all weather becomes a marketing lie. It's a job that requires meticulous attention to detail and a healthy dose of paranoia. My partner in these endeavors, and in life, is Mike Sterling. If I am the cautious planner, Mike is the engine of ambition. We've been best friends since college, a bond forged not in lecture halls, but on muddy trails and windswept ridges. He's an ex-military survival instructor with a physique carved from granite and a mindset to match. Where I see risks to be mitigated, Mike sees challenges to be overcome. He possesses an infectious confidence that has, on more than one occasion, pulled me through situations I would have otherwise deemed impossible. It was this dynamic that brought us to the heart of the Canadian Rockies in the dead of January. Our mission was to field test a new line of extreme cold weather camping gear from a high-profile outdoor brand. We were talking about a 4-season expedition, tent designed to withstand hurricane, force winds, sleeping bags rated for 40 degrees, and a portable stove that promised a rolling boil in sub-zero gales. For Mike, it was a chance to be in his element. For me, it was a chance to write a comprehensive page review that would be the cornerstone of my publication for the next quarter. The drive into the backcountry was a descent into a world of white and gray. The further we left civilization behind, the more the landscape asserted its raw, untamed authority. Towering pines, heavy with snow, stood like silent sentinels, guarding a frozen kingdom. The mountains themselves were jagged peaks that clawed at a sky the color of bruised twilight. There was a profound silence here, a quiet so deep it felt like a physical presence, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the packed snow and the whistle of the wind through the high passes. We made our camp in a small, sheltered clearing, a natural bowl protected on 3 sides by a dense wall of ancient firs. The temperature was already plummeting, a sharp, biting cold that felt like needles on any exposed skin. The air was a physical presence, a thief that stole the warmth from your lungs with every breath, leaving a crystalline puff of white in its wake. The digital thermometer I had clipped to my pack read 18 degrees Celsius, and it was still falling. Home sweet home, Mike grunted, his voice muffled by his balaclava as he dropped his heavy pack. He flashed a grin, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Think the new tent can handle this, Alex? That's what we're here to find out. I replied, my own words feeling stiff and slow in the frigid air. If it can't, our backup plan involves digging a snow cave and spooning for warmth. I call Big Spoon. Mike laughed, a deep, hearty sound that seemed to be swallowed by the immense emptiness around us. You wish. Now, let's get this palace up before we become permanent fixtures. Working together, we moved with the practiced efficiency of years of shared experience. The tent went up smoothly, its bright orange dome a defiant splash of color against the monochrome landscape. We anchored it with snow stakes, driving them deep into the frozen ground. Inside, we laid out our sleeping pads and unrolled the massive, down-filled sleeping bags. They looked like cocoons, promising a sanctuary of warmth against the brutal cold that was methodically leaching the heat from the very air. With our shelter established, the next priority was fire. We gathered dry wood we had spotted on the hike in, the dead lower branches of the pines that were protected from the snow. Soon, a crackling fire was blazing in the stone-lined pit we'd built, its light pushing back the encroaching darkness and painting dancing shadows on the wall of trees. The warmth was a blessing, a primal comfort in a world that felt actively hostile to life. We cooked our dinner, dehydrated beef stroganoff that tasted far better than it had any right to, and drank hot tea, the steam from our mugs freezing almost instantly in the air. The stars began to emerge, not the faint, hazy pinpricks of light you see from a city, but a brilliant, terrifying spray of diamonds scattered across black velvet. The Milky Way was a visible, shimmering river of light. It was a sight of such profound and overwhelming beauty that it made you feel utterly insignificant. You ever feel like we're not supposed to be here? I asked, staring up into the cosmic abyss. It was a thought that had been nagging at me since we arrived, a low-level hum of unease beneath the surface of my professional focus. Mike took a sip of his tea, considering my question. I feel like this is exactly where we're supposed to be, he said finally. This is the real world, Alex. Everything else is just noise. Out here, it's simple. It's about survival. It's pure. I nodded, but I wasn't entirely convinced. The purity he spoke of felt of predatory. The silence between the gusts of wind wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. I scanned the dark line of trees at the edge of our firelight, half expecting to see a pair of eyes staring back. I saw nothing but shadows and snow. You're thinking too much, Mike said, correctly reading my mood. It's the isolation. It gets to you if you let it. Just focus on the gear, on the task. He was right, of course. I took out my notebook and began making my initial observations, my fingers already stiffening in my gloves. I noted the ambient temperature, the wind speed, the performance of the stove, the ease of setting up the tent. The familiar routine was calming, a bulwark of logic and reason against the primal fear that nibbled at the edges of my consciousness. By the time we decided to turn in, the thermometer read a staggering 22 degrees. The fire was reduced to a bed of glowing red embers, its heat a fading memory. The cold was now an oppressive force, a physical weight that seemed to press in from all sides. "All right, moment of truth," Mike said, zipping up the tent flap behind us. "Let's see if a grand worth of goose down lives up to the hype." Inside the tent, the air was still frigid, but shielded from the wind. It was a marked improvement. We stripped down to our base layers and slid into our sleeping bags. The initial contact was a shock of cold, but within minutes the high-tech insulation began to do its job, trapping my body heat and reflecting it back at me. I wriggled my toes, feeling the warmth slowly spread. It was an incredible sensation, a small bubble of life sustaining heat in an ocean of lethal cold. "Not bad," Mike's voice came from the darkness beside me. "Cozy, even. Comfortably numb." I mumbled, my body relaxing into the plush depths of the bag. The exhaustion of the day's trek washed over me. Outside, the wind howled a lonely, mournful song. But in here, in our small, fragile dome of nylon and aluminum, we were safe. We were warm. The last thought I had as I drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep was that the gear was performing flawlessly. It was almost too good to be true. I don't know how long I was asleep. It could have been hours or mere minutes. But when I woke up, it wasn't the cold that had roused me. It was the heat. A stifling, oppressive, and utterly impossible heat. It was a heat that made no sense. A thick, humid warmth that felt more suited to a tropical jungle than a frozen mountain range. My first thought was one of groggy confusion. The tent is on fire. The idea seized my sleep-addled brain with a jolt of pure adrenaline. I scrambled upright, my heart hammering against my ribs, my movements clumsy, and panicked inside the restrictive sleeping bag. But there was no orange glow, no acrid smell of burning nylon. There was only the profound, silent darkness of the tent's interior and this suffocating, impossible heat. I was sweating. Not just a little damp, but drenched. My thermal base layer was plastered to my skin, and beads of perspiration trickled down my temples. I fumbled for the zipper on my sleeping bag, the metal pull feeling slick and alien in my grasp. This bag, a masterpiece of engineering rated for 40 degrees below zero, had become a sauna. I tore it open, gasping as I pushed the heavy down insulation away. The air inside the tent offered little relief. It was heavy, wet, and difficult to breathe, like inhaling steam. My logical mind, the part of me that reviews gear for a living, fought for control against the rising tide of panic. There had to be an explanation, a rational, scientific reason. Had we miscalculated? Was there some kind of geothermal vent beneath us? A hot spring? It seemed wildly improbable. We were on a solid granite shelf, miles from any known geothermal activity. I had studied the geological maps of this area for weeks. There was nothing. "Mike," I whispered, my voice raspy. "Mike, wake up." There was no response, only a low, guttural moan from the darkness beside me. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers finally closing around its familiar plastic shell. I clicked it on, and the powerful LED beam cut a stark white tunnel through the gloom. The sight that greeted me sent a fresh wave of fear through my system. Mike was a mess. He was still zipped tightly into his own sleeping bag, his face pale and slick with sweat. His eyes were closed, but they were moving rapidly beneath his lids, as if in the grip of a violent nightmare. He was muttering, not in English, but in a stream of disjointed, feverish sounds. His breathing was shallow and rapid. He looked like a man in the advanced stages of a severe fever. "Mike," I said, louder this time, shaking his shoulder. "Wake up. Man." His eyes snapped open, but they weren't focused. They were wide, wild, and staring at something far beyond the confines of our tent. He thrashed, a powerful, convulsive movement that shook the entire structure. "It's burning," he gasped, his voice a raw, panicked croak. "Alex."
It's burning me.
"Nothing's burning, Mike. It's just hot. Unbelievably hot." My attempt to sound reassuring was a dismal failure. My own voice trembled. I had to get a handle on the situation. I crawled over to the tent wall and fumbled with the zipper for the main flap. My mind was racing. What was the temperature outside? Had there been a sudden, freakish weather event? A Chinook wind on steroids? Even that seemed impossible. A Chinook could raise temperatures dramatically, but not like this. This was a localized, intense heat that felt unnatural, manufactured. As my fingers found the cold metal of the zipper, a strange discrepancy registered. The zipper itself was cold. Not just cool, but icy, as if it was still 22 degrees on the other side of the thin nylon fabric. Yet the air inside was a furnace. With a deep breath, I pulled the zipper down. The flap fell away, and I peered outside. And my world, a world built on logic, on physics, on the predictable laws of nature, simply fell apart. The fire was long dead. The carefully arranged stones of our fire pit were dark and cold. A faint wisp of old smoke, a ghostly memory against the snow. But the snow itself, the snow was melting, not in a random, patchy way. It was melting in a perfect, razor-sharp circle around our tent. A circle approximately 50 feet in diameter. Beyond this circle, the world was as it should be. A frozen landscape of pristine white under the cold light of the stars. But inside the circle, the snow was gone. The hard, frozen ground was exposed, dark and wet, and from the damp earth, a thick, white steam was rising, coiling and writhing in the beam of my headlamp, like a legion of spectral snakes. I stared, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It was as if our tent was the epicenter of some invisible, heat-generating dome. The boundary was so precise, so unnervingly perfect, it couldn't be natural. The steam rose silently, blanketing our small clearing in a low, hanging fog that glowed eerily in my light. The air smelled of wet earth and ozone, a clean, sharp scent that was somehow more terrifying than any foul stench. Then we heard it. It wasn't a sound that came from the trees or from the ground. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the very air around us, from the sky above. It was a voice. But that word is inadequate. It was a vibration, a resonant frequency that I felt deep in my bones, in my teeth, before I even registered it with my ears. It was a deep, guttural, and impossibly ancient sound. It was a language, I was sure of it, but one that had no connection to any human tongue I had ever heard. It was composed of clicks, deep rumbles, and long, drawn-out vowels that seemed to stretch time itself. As the voice spoke, if that's what it was doing, the heat intensified. It was no longer just uncomfortable, it was painful. The air grew heavy, shimmering in my headlamp, beamed like the air above a hot asphalt road. It felt like we were being cooked. A wave of nausea and dizziness washed over me. My skin prickled, and the fine hairs on my arms stood on end. "What is that?" Mike breathed from behind me. He had crawled to the opening, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. The feverish delirium was gone, replaced by the sharp, focused terror of a soldier facing an enemy he could not comprehend. "I don't know," I stammered, my eyes scanning the sky. The steaming ground, the dark wall of trees. There was nothing to see. No source for the voice, no explanation for the heat. There was only the impossible reality of our situation. The voice rumbled again, a long string of syllables that vibrated through my skull. The heat pulsed with it, a wave of thermal energy that made me flinch back from the tent opening. It felt like standing in front of an open blast furnace. I looked at the digital thermometer, still clipped to my pack near the door. The screen was flickering erratically, but the last stable reading it showed was 30 degrees Celsius. In the middle of a frozen wilderness, we were trapped. Our high-tech, life-saving tent had become a pressure cooker. The cold that we had so carefully prepared for, the lethal 22-degree air that lay just beyond the shimmering circle, now seemed like a distant, unattainable paradise. "We have to get out of the tent," Mike said, his voice low and steady, the survival instructor taking over. "Now, out there." "Into what?" I cried, my voice cracking. "We'll freeze in minutes."
We'll cook in seconds if we stay here,
he countered, his eyes locked on the shimmering, invisible wall that marked the edge of our nightmare. The voice spoke again, louder this time, more insistent. It was no longer just a sound. It felt like a command. The air crackled with energy. I could feel my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. Mike was right. Staying here was not an option. But the thought of running half, dressed from our sweltering prison into the Arctic night, into the domain of whatever was speaking from the sky, was a different kind of terror. He grabbed the front of my shirt. "Alex, look at me." We move on 3. We run for the trees. "Don't stop. Don't look back. Understand." I could only nod, my throat too tight to speak. "1. Mike began, his knuckles white where he gripped his ice axe. The air grew hotter still. I could feel my skin blistering. 2. The voice from the sky rose in pitch, reaching a crescendo that was both a sound and a physical pressure, squeezing us, crushing us. It felt like the universe was screaming. The word "T-H-A" was not just a signal from Mike. It was an explosion of pure, primal instinct. We didn't run. We launched ourselves out of the tent's opening, 2 desperate figures propelled by sheer terror. The movement was a single, fluid act of survival, a blind plunge from a known hell into an unknown one. The transition was the most violent physical shock I have ever experienced. One moment we were in a sweltering, suffocating bubble of heat that felt like the 30 degrees. The next, we hit a wall of air that was 22 degrees. It wasn't like stepping out into the cold. It was like being submerged in liquid nitrogen. The 50-degree temperature drop was a physical blow. The air was instantly sucked from my lungs, my gasp for breath turning into a painful, searing intake of ice. My skin, slick with sweat, felt like it was flash freezing. The pain was immediate and absolute, a billion tiny needles stabbing every inch of my body. For a horrifying second, I thought my heart had stopped. We stumbled and fell, crashing onto the hard, frozen ground just beyond the circle of melted snow. We were outside the dome. We were in the real world again, and the real world was trying to kill us. Scrambling to my feet, my muscles already stiffening and protesting, I risked a glance back. The sight was even more terrifying from this new perspective. Our bright orange tent sat in the center of a perfect circle of dark, steaming earth, looking like some strange biological specimen under a microscope. The boundary of the circle was a shimmering, almost invisible line in the air, the heat haze distorting the view of the tent behind it. The steam rising from the ground was thicker now, and the guttural, resonant voice from the sky continued its impossible monologue, each syllable a wave of pressure that I could still feel in my chest, even from 50 feet away. The trees, Mike yelled, his voice already hoarse. He didn't need to say it twice. We were dressed in nothing but thin, sweat-dampened base layers. In this temperature, we had minutes, not hours, before hypothermia became irreversible. Our lives depended on getting out of the wind and generating heat. We ran. It was a clumsy, agonizing flight. Our feet, protected only by thin socks, screamed in protest as we pounded across the frozen, uneven ground. Every breath was a shard of glass in our throats. The dark wall of ancient firs, which had seemed so menacing before, was now our only hope for salvation. We plunged into the darkness beneath their snow-laden branches, the thick canopy offering a slight reprieve from the biting wind. We didn't stop. We pushed deeper into the forest, putting as much distance as we could between ourselves and the horrifying phenomenon in the clearing. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like blocks of wood. Finally, behind the relative shelter of a massive fallen log, we collapsed, huddling together for warmth, our bodies shaking uncontrollably. The shivering was violent, a desperate, last-ditch effort by our bodies to generate heat. Geared. I chattered, my teeth clicking together so hard I was afraid they would break. Our boots, our jackets, everything, all our survival equipment, the down parkas, the insulated pants. The emergency satellite phone was sitting in that tent, inside the invisible furnace. Mike didn't answer. He was staring back the way we had come, his face grim, his military training assessing an unthinkable tactical situation. "We can't go back," he finally said, his breath pluming in the frigid air. We wait, we watch, and so we watched. From the freezing darkness of the forest, we peered back at our campsite. The scene was static, a tableau of impossible physics. The dome of heat remained, the steam continued to rise, and the voice droned on. It felt like we were witnessing something not meant for human eyes, some cosmic or geological process, operating on a scale and with rules we could not possibly comprehend. We weren't part of the equation. We were merely collateral damage. Then something changed. The voice from the sky began to rise in pitch and volume. The deep, guttural rumbles became higher, more intense. The vibrations grew stronger, shaking the very ground beneath us. It felt like the prelude to an earthquake. "What's it doing?" I whispered, a new dread coiling in my stomach. The light from our headlamps, which we had left on inside the tent, began to flicker wildly. Then a new light appeared. It started as a faint, pale blue glow emanating from the ground at the very center of the circle. It grew rapidly, intensifying into a brilliant, piercing white light that pulsed in time with the escalating voice. The light was so bright it cast sharp, stark shadows from the trees at the edge of the clearing. It was brighter than the sun, a clean, sterile light that seemed to bleach the very color from the world. The heat must have been unimaginable. The steam rising from the ground became a furious, roiling cloud. The air inside the dome shimmered so violently, it was like looking through water, The voice reached a deafening crescendo, a single sustained note that was pure physical pressure. It squeezed my skull, making my vision swim. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to stop the sound that was inside my head, inside my bones. And then, in the heart of that blinding white light, our tent simply ceased to exist. It didn't burn or melt. It vanished. One moment it was there, a distorted orange shape in the shimmering air. The next, it was gone. There was no explosion, no sound of destruction beyond the all-encompassing note. It was just erased from reality. The note held for a few seconds longer, a sound that felt like the tearing of space-time itself. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was the most profound and terrifying thing I have ever experienced. The light vanished. The heat dissipated. The voice was gone. The world was suddenly, utterly still. The only sound was the faint whisper of the wind in the high branches and the frantic, ragged sound of my own breathing. We stayed frozen behind the log for what felt like an eternity, our minds struggling to catch up with the sensory overload. The clearing was dark again, lit only by the cold, indifferent light of the stars. The steam was gone. The shimmering air was gone. It was just a patch of dark, wet earth in a sea of snow. Slowly, cautiously, Mike rose to his feet. "Stay here," he commanded. "Like hell," I said, forcing my own frozen limbs to obey. "We'll stick together." We moved out of the forest and back toward the clearing, our progress slow and wary, as if approaching a radioactive crater. The cold was still a pressing, lethal threat, but the immediate, alien terror had subsided, leaving behind a hollow, trembling shock. As we reached the edge of the circle, we could see the full extent of the aftermath. The ground was not just wet, it was fused. The dirt, rocks, and pine needles had been melted together into a smooth, black, glassy surface, a perfect 50-foot disk of obsidian under the moonlight. It was still warm to the touch, a faint, residual heat bleeding into the frozen air. Of our gear, there was nothing left. Not a scrap of nylon, not a buckle, not a metal tent pole. Our sleeping bags, our packs, our food. The state of the art equipment I was supposed to be reviewing. All of it had been utterly and completely annihilated. There wasn't even ash. We stood there in the center of the glassy circle, two insignificant humans in thin thermal underwear, shivering in the vast, silent, and suddenly alien landscape of the Canadian Rockies. We had survived. But something had been broken in that clearing. Something more than just our campsite. My world of logic, of predictable outcomes and measurable data, had been shattered. The universe, I thought I knew, had been revealed as a thin, fragile veneer over something ancient, incomprehensible, and terrifyingly powerful. I never wrote a review for that gear. What could I say? The tent performs well under all terrestrial conditions, but is subject to complete atomic disintegration when exposed to trans-dimensional, geothermal, vocal phenomena. My career as a gear reviewer was over. We made it back. The 5-mile hike to the car was a desperate, freezing ordeal that I have very few clear memories of, a blur of pain, stumbling, and the sheer, stubborn refusal to die. We were lucky to survive. We were treated for severe hypothermia and frostbite. Mike lost 2 toes. I was luckier, with only nerve damage in my fingers. We never spoke of what we saw. Who would believe us? We filed a report of a freak weather event, a lightning strike that had destroyed our camp. It was a flimsy, inadequate lie, but it was the only story the world would accept. But we know the truth. We know that sometimes the wilderness looks back, and we know that there are voices in the sky that are not meant for us to hear.